I choose to walk in the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible, it's still talking about the Bible. What is the benefit? Everything about you counterfeit. There ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher. In real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this. I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law. Don't get involved and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool to threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole world become obsolete. A black man who believes in Jesus, got my own team taking shots at me. You trespassing on property that you don't fully understand properly. All the back and forth, that's not for me, that's for ROC and the war machine. If we ride together, then we ride together. If we can't do it, I'd rather leave. I still stand on the word of God till the day I die and no longer breathe. We trapped inside the diaspora, nightmares of the massacre. Cold sweat, I'm below deck in the middle passage, just a passenger. Revolutionary hardcore, liberation, that's a hard job. You ain't ready, you a oddball, keep your mouth closed like lockjaw. I learned trying to bring people together on the same page, make them separate. All the talk about reconciliation, when the time come, you hesitate. If Jesus was able to sit at the table with a bunch of sinners, you very fake. Your steps ordered by the Lord, and how was yesterday a big mistake. We the city sitting on the hill. Guess it all depends on how you live. Guess it all depends on how you feel, and we both know that ain't God's will. I stood on what I felt was right. I don't never question if God's real. Trapped inside this matrix, I'm about to pop the red and the blue pill.
Bless them which persecute you. Bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, said the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:14-21.
Peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Swainell, a.k.a. the Orthodox Moore, a.k.a. the Seven Pillar Saracen, a.k.a. Brother Moore. Wishing you all peace and blessings. My apologies for being late, family. I had to prepare a couple of things, and I decided I needed to re-up my my StreamYard joint, go from the basic to a plan you pay for, because this show might be a little bit longer than I wanted it to be, and I was down to like the last hour or two of my free StreamYard joint. So there's that. This has been a very interesting week, fam. A lot of tempers flaring, a lot of slander going left and right, a lot of claims being made. Some people showing proof, some people showing no proof. I want to be clear about something. This particular stream is not to address the Yap Gang, Teo Ministries, Sister E beef. This particular stream has to do with Sister E and the claims she's made about me. Sister E and the claims she's made about me. I will deal with the Teo Ministries, the Yap Gang stuff, all that on a whole nother stream. They're intertwined 100%. They're intertwined. But in particular, I'm slowing this one down to address claims that were made about me, to me, etc. And clearing up claims that I've made, etc. Trying to figure out how I want to do this real quick. Let me look at my joint. Because I'm definitely going to play a few videos here. I'm going to start right here. This is what I'm going to do. because I'm kind of freestyling the thing right now. I gotta do it like this. I want to start here about the claims that were made by Sister E against me, right? She's very adamantly pounding the table saying that I set up the Tail twins when I interviewed them in November of 2021, that I set them up. She's adamantly pounding the table saying that. At one point in time, she went on Barin's show and said that I was angry when I was talking with them, and that I was amped up and on a 10 before I started talking to them, and the emotions were too high to even have the conversation or whatnot, and that I was so angry that I brought up Richard Katz and was trying to put Richard Katz on them, etc. Which she later had to retract and understand that, like, no, like, that wasn't brought up in that situation. And in fact, I didn't bring up Katz to them. I brought up Katz to her. Which I'll show up here in a second. She claims that she stopped dealing with me over this incident back in November of 2021. That it was this particular incident that made it to where she didn't want to deal with me no more. She claims that I asked her to introduce me to Cohen Hamadisha. She's claiming that she did in fact introduce me, etc. And that was the whole reason why I was trying to be around her channel, etc. She's claiming that the Tail twins never told a lie and that she never told a lie in this whole thing. And she's asking the question, the speculative question, well, why did Moore want to come on my channel? Why did Moore want to come on Sister E's channel? And like Teo and like Pastor Kelly and like the rest of them, she's got to sow seeds of, oh, well, maybe he was just trying to work with Shari and Naya to be embedded in infiltrating the family. Yeah, sure. Y'all can have whatever flights of fancy you want. But what we're going to do here is talk about what can be proved and what can't be proved. And what can be proved is that all of these accusations are patently false. False, without a shred of evidence to the contrary. And we're going to answer a very particular question. Why did the Orthodox Moor stop dealing with Sister E in 2021? Why did I stop dealing with her in 2021? Because the truth is, I stopped dealing with her. She didn't stop dealing with me. I stopped dealing with her. She didn't stop dealing with me. Hence, she got all butthurt and was giving out the Amber Heard tears on, oh, don't call me sis anymore. Don't call me sis after this. We're not cool after this. I'm not your friend and I'm not your sis. Yeah. Because apparently she hasn't caught the hit that since December of 2021, I ain't been dealing with her, fam. And if she wants to try to prove to the contrary, please go right on ahead. Please go right on ahead. Please go right on ahead. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it like this. Because YouTube has this beautiful thing to where they let you make clips. They let you make clips. They let you make clips, my G. So you know what I did? I made a few clips. I made a few clips. Because something that I've noticed is there's claims of people being, well, I'll just say it like this, right? Something that I've noticed is the concept of being double-minded. A consistent double-mindedness. And the scrolls talk about a double-minded person is beset in all the ways, etc., right? I don't have an issue with my sister being double-minded. I don't take issue with that whatsoever. I take issue with boatload of false accusations with no proof, and then people being respected as persons over that. Like one side can make all kind of false claims and never have to prove anything, do all kind of shady stuff behind closed doors, and never be accountable for it. But they can lob all kind of bombs and make accusations to whoever they want to, and never have to answer for it. That's not how I roll, and that's not how the scrolls roll. So I'm not mad at my sister for being double-minded. I'm not expecting her to change her ways on that. What I'm attempting to do here is just clarify the muddiness in the water right quick, because a lot of accusations were levied with no proof. So we're gonna slow this thing down. So right off rip, we're gonna start off with establishing what happened at this point of conflict where Sister no longer wanted to deal with me, but still dealt with me afterwards. So let me do this right here. Let me do this right there. Yeah. My clips. There we go, my G. Let's see if this is going to open up a whole nother one or if it'll open up in here.
And I don't see anything that Orthodox Moore did anything wrong. He did not antagonize these brothers. He did not gaslight these brothers.
One second, Yeshua. Let me make something very, very clear. I never said Moore was wrong. Let me make that clear. I never said Moore was wrong. And I'm going to say it one more time. Moore was not wrong.
And I don't see anything that Orthodox Moore did anything wrong. He did not antagonize these brothers. He did not gaslight these brothers.
One second, Yeshua. Let me make something very, very clear. I never said Moore was wrong. Let me make that clear. I never said Moore was wrong. And I'm going to say it one more time. Moore was not wrong.
And I don't see anything that Orthodox Moore did anything wrong. He did not antagonize these brothers. He did not gaslight these brothers.
One second, Yeshua. Let me make something very, very clear. I never said Moore was wrong. Let me make that clear. I never said Moore was wrong. And I'm going to say it one more time. Moore was not wrong.
And I don't see
So again, that's why I said I'm not up here bashing Moore. Moore knows that's my brother. I love him. Moore is just gonna ask those questions.
So let's do it like that.
So again, that's why I said I'm not up here bashing Moore. Moore knows that's my brother. I love him. Moore is just gonna ask those questions. So again, that's why I said I'm not up here bashing Moore. Moore knows that's my brother. I love him. Moore is just gonna ask those questions. So again, that's why I said I'm
Because if we're going to be in front of the people saying that these things are true or not true, we need to correct this for the people, or bring them to proper understanding on things, like I was trying to do for them. I gave them the respect of, let's walk through what you're saying got mischaracterized, because I don't want you to get mischaracterized. More interviews everybody on their positions, every Christians, Israelites, it doesn't matter, so everyone can get their position clearly put out there.
Yep.
I interviewed them before on this same exact topic. And I'm asking questions that I have from that first interview. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep, I agree. I think you have a platform that's very non-biased when it comes to conversations, because we ask those hard questions. We ask those hard questions.
Facts. Because if we're going to be in front of the people saying that these things are true or not true, we need to correct this for the exact topic. And I'm asking questions that I have from that first interview. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep. I agree. I think you have a platform that's very non-biased when it comes to conversations because we ask those hard questions. Yep. I agree. I think you have a platform that's very non-biased when it comes to conversations because we ask those hard questions.
Facts. So Moore was not wrong. Moore's just going to ask those questions. And Moore has a non-biased platform where I'm going to ask hard questions. Oh, my man put this out here. He said, wait, there was a direct discussion between Yeshua and Sister. This happened last year, Abu. On the same video where I supposedly had set up the tail twins and whatnot. So on that video, she's talking directly to Yeshua, directly to me, directly to Sean. And so, real quick, we're gonna see what was the setup that I did. What was the setup question? Because Sister E comes in after I've been talking to the twins for an hour with no issue whatsoever. Like she's saying, unbiased and asking hard questions. I'm an experienced interviewer. I interviewed many people on my channel, on Debate Talk for You. Many interviews without issue. People I disagree with, people I agree with. And so she comes in after an hour. And the only reason she comes in is because her people are starting to wild out. And they wild out over them fumbling over a basic question of which I'm trying to get them to explain to the people what they believe, what they understand. But this is me trying to set them up. Let's listen to what the setup was, fam. So are you saying sex chromosomes are a hypothesis? Or are you saying like tracking them over time is a hypothesis?
Migration patterns, right? I'm like, how do you use haplogroups, right? Common ancestor, where they been? Okay, so I'm like, I mean, that question sort of floors me because I don't get it.
Well, because haplogroups, I mean, sex chromosomes is different than what we're talking about, which is haplogroups, right?
So are you saying sex chromosomes are a hypothesis? Or are you saying like tracking them over time is a hypothesis?
Migration patterns, right? I'm like, how do you use haplogroups, right? Common ancestor, where they been? Okay, so I'm like, I mean, that question sort of floors me because I don't get it.
Well, because haplogroups, I mean, sex chromosomes is different than what we're talking about, which is haplogroups, right?
So are you saying sex chromosomes are a hypothesis? Or are you saying like tracking them over time is a hypothesis?
Migration patterns, right? I'm like, how do you use haplogroups, right? Common ancestor, where they been? Okay, so I'm like, I mean, that question sort of floors me because I don't get it.
Well, because haplogroups, I mean, sex chromosomes is different than what we're talking about, which is haplogroups, right?
That was me setting them up, apparently. That was me cutting them off. That was me setting them up. That was all that type of stuff. No, that was me asking a question, of which my man Tayu steps in it. Tayu steps in it. Yakoba recognizes he steps in it and tries to save him. They end up blowing up like they do everywhere, like they did earlier today, like they do on Sister E's channel prior to with Ebri. They were just going back and forth with anonymous Hebrew one of my peoples or whatnot. Wouldn't let them talk none of that type of stuff. And he was trying to be cool with them beforehand. And he rightly called out the fact that Sister E was being a respecter of persons. Because for the mere fact that they're her people, she's going to take their side. Well, sis, if you're going to take that side, if you're going to be biased like that, you cannot be the unbiased moderator. That's not how it works in the real world, because you're taking sides. What that means is all you're trying to do is control the conversation, control the narrative. You're not trying to get to truth. You're trying to control the narrative. Wow. My GBA, I don't see where you were setting anyone up at all. Sounds like you asking questions and getting clarity on the matter. 100%. 100%. 100%. And so real quick, let me get my joint together because I'm going to show what was going on prior to. Because her claim is that it was popping off so hard on Facebook that I was on a 10 and I was so angry and I was talking to them and emotions were high and more was cool. More was cool as the other side of the pillow. More was cool as the other side of the pillow. Why? Because it's not my first rodeo. Why? Because people like me and Anonymous have been dealing with people that were like Lex Vortex and a whole bunch of other people that have been calling for our lives, that have been saying, that have called us every other name under the sun, just because of the fact that we hold on to the Bible. For years, we had people making streams on us hours on end. Dealing with people like Tahi and Kobe is nothing, particularly if you're secure in what you believe in. That's why I can interview people and just slowly go through stuff, because I know what I believe. I'm not even worried about that. I'm trying to get what you believe understood and out there. It's not a debate either. It's a conversation. If I want to debate, we're going to get on the clock. I do that. That's a whole nother thing than me having a conversation. But here's the question, Sister E, how did I set up the Tail Twins? My G, man, hit the nail right. When someone is lying, trying to find truth is an insult to their pride. That's all. Man. Jeez. Yup. So let me do it like this and make sure. Do I not have any transitions on this? I sure don't. Live editing, family, because I got to have just transitions just for me because I'm dyslexic. Helps me able to read. Apply to all. There we go. There we go. So, November 19th, 2021, I make a video literally responding to a post where I'm getting tagged by Teo Ministries. Again, I'm getting tagged. So I respond in the post and I respond via video. But yet, this is me clout chasing, responding to something I'm getting tagged in. Matter of fact, let me do this real quick, make it bigger. You can still see me down there. Yeah, you can still see the dates. That's what's up. So yeah, this is what it says right quick. This is all about haplogroup stuff, right? Below is an email we received from a scientist at ISOGG. This is what I was talking about on your show. I'm not including his name in email because I do not want to I do not want to happen to him what happened to cats. So I'm tagged in the email talking about cats and talking about this dude at ISOGG. And Sister E goes on Baran's channel and claims that I brought up cats first. Other people brought up to her the fact that no, they brought up cats. No correction. None whatsoever. It just stands. Again, one side's allowed to lob all kind of accusations and never have to answer for them being false. Never have to apologize. Nothing. That's not Torah, fam. That's not Israelite culture. That's that Christianity. That's that Christian church that y'all left that y'all say y'all don't want. Y'all say you want to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. You want to be accountable to the Most High, etc. That you don't want to be in a system where you're not accountable and the leaders can run roughshod on the people. Well, fam, all right. It starts with being accountable. Just is what it is. But again, this is me making a video where I'm responding to them. And I'm saying in the video, we owe it to the public sound methodology. Let's build and not destroy. I invite them to a conversation in the video. I gotta make it slower than that. That's gonna mess my eyes up. Here I go, gotta flip the joint. Now I gotta go slow it down. There we go. There we go. So this is what I respond in the post. Peace and blessings, fam. Thanks for tagging me. I read the email. Thank you for that. Is your main issue data collection, data interpretation, or both? If we can, I would like to have a thorough dialogue as to your specific objections about haplogroup DNA science and why you so heavily endorse autosomal DNA science. I know we have touched on it in the past, but I think the community in general would benefit a lot from hearing y'all give a thorough breakdown of your beliefs. Then hearing me ask questions trying to understand them, to challenge them. A lot of people don't know what to think about DNA, period, and would benefit from the clarity as well. So I'm inviting them to clear up their perception, clear up their position and how people perceive their position. This is me supposedly setting them up, though. This is Tayu getting at me on the 19th, 10:47 p.m. Okay, bro, invite us onto your show and ask your questions directly. We will talk with you. No boo, just you. I reply, no worries. He wasn't there last time. When works best for y'all? We can do it now if you are for doing it now. Let's shoot for 2 p.m. Central Time tomorrow if it's late. That works just fine, fam. 2 p.m. Central Time it is. Make sure that you bring up all those points that you brought up in the video today. Make sure that you bring up all those points that you brought up in the video today. Let's discuss your comments first that you make making your video today, point by point. I didn't even get to the points I made in the video. I didn't even get to the points I made in the video. Nah, my fault. I'm gonna go back on that joint. Is there anything in particular you would like to address first? This is me asking them. I have no issue giving you the floor uninterrupted to air out any grievance, particularly anything you feel is a mischaracterization of your position. Just present each. Again, this is me setting them up, apparently. This is me setting them up, fam. Just present each assertions that you made today to us tomorrow, because many of your statements misrepresented our position. Cool, just let me. You know what? We're finna have a long one, fam. I might play parts of that video just so y'all can catch the tone and tenor. Let me see if I was setting them up right quick. Cool, just let me know when your position needs to get corrected, and I will give you the floor. Even the E to D thing was misrepresented. I had 4 people jump on addressing me when I got on to only deal with the boo, talking about being on Baran's joint. So then I got all you blasting me with questions. I did not get corrected. I corrected myself. So there's much you got incorrect. We will discuss. No worries. You can correct the record wherever you need to. If your position was misrepresented, you will have all the time you want to make sure what you believe is made clear to the people. Yet this is me setting them up, fam. And again, anybody who watches the entirety of the video can see for a full hour beforehand, there's not a single issue. Not a single issue. Not a single issue. But this was me setting them up. Again, 11:20. You can send a link whenever you're ready. If you want to send it ahead, this is our last interaction, me and Teddy. All right. Matter of fact, let me go find the video right quick. I apologize, family. Typically, I would have a lot of stuff set up, pre-set up already, but had some things to do. Here we go. I'm going to try to find the point of contention because I did not timestamp it, but I'm going to assume it's somewhere around 50 minutes. I'm going to let it play, and I'm going to let it finish playing out so you can hear the whole conversation as it was, uninterrupted, between Sister E, everyone else, and all that type of stuff, and hear how she left this conversation. Because she's wanting everyone to believe that this was the conversation between me, Teo, Yakoba, her, all them, that was the beef. This was the beef, fam. This is where she lost respect for me, etc. This is where she stopped dealing with me. Because to me, it sounds like she agrees by the end of this thing to go on her channel and have conversations with Teo and Yakoba, to have conversations with Pastor Kelly, to have conversations with Benaiah. That's what it sounds like to me, fam. Let's see what y'all hear.
Which they call a haplogroup or a clade called E or whatever they're talking about.
But mutation on what chromosome? That's what I'm
on
trying
the
to
Y chromosome.
Got you. That's what okay, so we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, isn't
You know what? And just hearing that, I'm almost at the right spot. Let me go back a couple of minutes because I didn't timestamp this.
with this new group that's working this new model, right? It's still a hypothesis that they're working out.
So are you saying sex chromosomes are a hypothesis? Or are you saying like tracking them over time is a hypothesis?
Migration patterns, right? I'm like, how do you use haplogroups, right? Common ancestor, where they been, okay? So I'm like, I mean, that question sort of floors me because I don't get it.
Well, because haplogroups, I mean, sex chromosomes is different than what we're talking about, which is haplogroups, right?
How?
I'm about to tell you. Haplogroup.
Real quick, because
for example,
MTD. You're tracking. Go ahead.
For example, Y chromosomes have multiple loci or locations, right, where there are mutations that you can actually study, and you could potentially find a flaw in the modern haplogroup model, right? What happens today is they've identified a few locations where they look for haplogroup mutations, but there are others, right? Because the chromosome is that big. They have only designated certain locations of the Y chromosome and use that to identify where they want to look for a haplogroup, okay? They don't look at the entire chromosome, all right? So
I'm not saying that they do.
Well, my point being that how can you validate anything with a single mutation when there are actually a lot more mutations on that one sex chromosome?
So we're agreeing that it's a sex chromosome, correct?
Y is, yeah. Y. There's two sex chromosomes, X and Y.
Gotcha. Okay. So haplogroups. So am I not tracing that over time, or what do you think I'm tracing with haplogroups? Just so I understand.
Well, unless you're doing a test, a YSTR or autosomal test, right? All you're doing is looking at the fact that there were mutations in their group, and you're following that one mutation or group of mutations on the planet, right? So if you're looking in the Levant, you're looking where that mutation has been in the Levant, which they call a haplogroup or a clade called E or whatever they're talking about.
But mutation on what chromosome? That's what I'm
on
trying
the
to
Y chromosome.
Got you. That's what okay, so we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, isn't haplogroups on the sex chromosome? I mean, we were always on the same page.
That's what I said 3 minutes ago, and it was no. So that's what I'm trying
to
make clear.
No,
we never said that, bro.
Okay, family, you guys in the comments, did we say that? Did we say that? We didn't even bring up sex chromosomes. We were
I
talking
did.
about,
That's what I'm saying. I did.
We were talking about haplogroups the whole time.
About sex chromosome.
Okay,
Right.
so hold on. If we're dealing with haplogroups, are we dealing with sex chromosomes or no?
We said yeah from the beginning. That's understood. We actually gave you the answer. I don't know. I mean, you making it sound like we don't think it's on the sex chromosome.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. You got me confused.
Is that the accusation? Because
okay.
No, is that the accusation that we're not talking about sex chromosomes?
So let's keep it clear, right? Like, so I ask questions, I don't make accusations.
Well, ask the question correctly. I was confused.
Yeah, I'm just confused.
Question correctly. So I'll ask the question the same way I asked the first two times. When we're dealing with haplogroups, are we dealing with sex chromosomes? Yes or no?
Of course.
Anybody looking at haplogroup know that.
I know
that's yes.
That's like asking me. That's like asking me if I'm a basketball player. You play with a ball? I'm like, come on. I mean, that's an insult.
Yeah.
You're insulted by a question?
I'm insulted by that question.
No, hold on. I respect you enough to know that you understand that haplogroups is dealing with X and Y chromosome. I think you should respect us enough to know the difference as well.
Well, okay. So how about instead of you being offended, you recognize that when you answered the question, you didn't give a clear answer that was specific.
No, you didn't ask the question. Hold on. Right, bro.
I want the audience to say, did we answer him incorrectly? It was a simple question and we answered him. Yes or no?
The beautiful thing is,
audience, yes or no?
This is all recorded. So if I'm right or you're wrong, this can be recapped.
Well, no, I want the audience to vote. He simply asked us when we're talking about haplogroup, are we talking about sex chromosomes? And we said, of course. That was the answer.
Okay.
Did we say anything else?
Okay. Someone from the audience, you are more than welcome to come up and clarify this. I'm gonna drop the link.
All we need is a 1 or a 2. We ain't got to come on the panel, but you can if you want.
You can, but yeah, 1 or 2. It's a simple question. This guy out here saying we crying. We ain't crying. Well, you tripping,
man. When you see me crying, gonna be the last day you here. It's gonna be the last day you ever see me crying.
I mean, the bottom line, family, that was a bad question, and that's as simple as that.
It's a bad question to get a baseline understanding on something.
You invited us to talk about haplogroups. If you think we're ignorant enough not to understand we're talking about sex chromosomes, then why you invited us on here?
Thank you.
So just to be clear, you're on here saying that F comes out of E, and that's not how haplogroups work.
I didn't say. I said how the clades are assigned. Go back to the fucking shit at the beginning.
How the consortium.
Stop lying on us. Dude. See, you doing
well.
You gonna control yourself like a man, my G.
Look, how the consortium makes a decision. That's what was said. Now you're up here twisting things because you're feeling a little funny because you asked a silly question. You asked a silly question. You feel a certain way. You shouldn't have asked that question because it was disrespectful. You know it was.
Hey, check this out. I don't feel.
You know it was. You do,
bro. You gonna let me talk on my channel?
Go ahead. Go ahead. You could mute me.
No, I'm not gonna mute you. I'm gonna let you know you're gonna let me talk on my channel. Respect.
Go ahead.
What up, sister? How you doing?
Greetings, sister. Salam.
So real quick. So tell you, are you saying that F comes out of E? Yes or no?
We said how the consortium makes assignments.
This is a yes/no question. This is a yes/no question.
Don't play games. We said how the consortium makes it. We explained what we did. This is not a yes/no question.
It's exactly what it is.
No, it's not. Because we already gave you an answer how the consortium makes a decision. That's the point being made, and that's the point we gave.
So the information you gave was incorrect. Do you understand that or no?
It's not. Prove it. Prove
It's
it.
on this. It's on the screen. It's been on the screen for the last 20 minutes.
Prove it.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What's the ancestor of F on the screen?
We didn't say that. We said how the consortium makes an assignment. You're not listening, or you're trying to play games.
Okay.
We told you how the consortium assigns those letters.
What's the haplogroup?
You are playing games.
What's the haplogroup relation to F and E? Do they come out of the same paragroup? Yes or no?
I told you how the assignment's made. That was the point.
Can you answer the question or no?
I'm not going to play games with you. I gave you an answer.
So okay, so you're refusing to answer questions, but you came on to answer questions
because we answered it, and you're acting like
you're not answering the question. Do you understand that, right? I'm asking you a yes/no question, and I'm not going to answer.
I answered the question.
Okay, so was it a yes or was it a no?
I answered the question.
So was it so does F come out of E or no?
Did you not ask that question? And my brother gave you an answer like 20 minutes ago.
And he said it was F. He said yes. He said yes.
Look, this guy is acting like a boo. He put words in our mouth that we didn't even say. We told you how the consortium makes its decision.
So if you didn't say it,
you are playing games. Yes no? I gave you my answer.
Is it yes or no? Help me understand.
I didn't. Look,
do you even understand?
Hold on. The issue was how the letters are assigned. That was the issue. Not
how are the letters assigned, bro?
I told you the consortium makes a decision once the mutation is so large, they reassign these large mutations to another letter.
Got you. So
that was the answer, dude.
So simple question. So
that was the answer.
Are you saying, real quick, bro? Are you saying that E had so many mutations that it eventually turned into F?
I say the subclade of V had mutations that were so large that they assigned to a new letter.
Which was?
I'm not in the consortium. I told you how they do an assignment.
So you said, and your brother said it was F. Are you now you said it was F or no?
You get my brother back on here. Let him answer you.
Let him jump back on. He jumped off.
You feeling funny about that sex question, aren't you?
Hey,
not at all.
Hey y'all, time out. This is it. Now, understand everybody has their own belief system when it comes to DNA. But what I will say, y'all, we are still a community. And the way all of us are going back and forth right now, people are watching us. Y'all know that all of us have our own different viewpoints. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I understand we all have our different viewpoints, but I think right now the way that we're doing this is not good for the community. I'm watching the people in the chat.
Look, Sister E, we out, okay? But this guy is gaslighting us, and he's trying to set us up. We answered his question, and he wants to play games because he asked a dumb question. Everybody knows he asked a dumb question, and he's feeling some kind of way.
Okay, y'all, come on now. I understand. I just caught the tail end of this. When I caught it, I said, wait, hold on, we're arguing. This is not what we need to do as a community. I will say this much. We do not need to do this as a community on a platform where others are watching. I don't agree with everything everybody says, and that's fine. But people are watching right now. We just recently had a conversation a couple of months ago about all of us coming together. And here it is, we're all on a live arguing with each other. How do you think other people see this? Everybody on this panel is a leader. I would consider to be a leader in our community. And now the leaders are arguing.
So, sis, real quick, sis. Did I ask an unreasonable question or no?
More. Give me a second, sweetie. Give me a second. Let me say this. Now, we can have these type of intellectual conversations, but now it's getting bad. And I would say we need to stop and have a private conversation, because publicly doing this is not good for the community. Teo and them know that I am an advocate of that, to say we will not slander each other and attack each other in front of everybody. I don't think we need to do this.
Did I slander Tony Kobe?
I'm not answering any questions. It's getting ugly up here, though. It's getting ugly, and we got to get to a place.
Okay, so real quick, sis, if you're not going to answer questions, let me talk to you then. So just so we're clear, I reached out to Tanya Yacoba, And they didn't want to do. They came on and saying we should have done this in the emails. Well, I reached out to y'all on the post that y'all tagged me in and asked for the conversation. I got nothing back, right? Then I started getting tagged in Facebook posts in public, right? Nothing back, right? I make the video saying we need to have a good, clean conversation for the public so they understand what's being said. No one's getting mischaracterized, and no one's getting no ad hominems. I brought them up here so they could get clarity. They could give clarity on where they were saying that their position was being mischaracterized.
Well, first and foremost,
hold on real quick. In every situation, what? Go ahead.
I said emotions right now emotions are way too high to even have this type of conversation. I think it needs to allow.
We keep hold on, sis. We keep running to the same situation though. So like Pastor Kelly Benai didn't want to talk behind closed doors. Tayin Yacoba don't want to talk behind closed doors. So what do you do then? Not have the conversation, but let people talk crazy in the public? No, we got to bring this together and have a calm conversation as adults.
Also, this has been live.
So, hey, sis, if we're not gonna have peace in public, then we can't talk about none of this stuff in public. You feel what I'm saying?
We need to have peace in public. If it means that y'all
okay, so if we're not gonna talk in private, right?
More quick question. Y'all don't ever have a problem by pulling me and say, "E, can we pull this together?" If y'all would have reached out to me, I would have pulled it together. Y'all know I don't have a problem about doing stuff like this.
So Tayu got at me and said, "Let's do the live." So he didn't get at me. He didn't get at me. Facebook said, "Okay, let's not do live. Let's talk." He said, "Let's do the live." So
why?
So hold on, sis. You're jumping on an hour. Hold on, sis. You're jumping on an hour after the conversation started. We weren't bickering for a whole hour, sis, and there was no bickering. What happened was a simple question got asked, and there was no answers given. And that's what consistently happens in situations where they do want to gaslight it. But no one's above getting a question asked. I put myself out there all the time to answer questions.
And I understand your point more, and I take it sides. I understand your point. Nobody is above being questioned. Nobody. Everybody should get a place where if you have a question, it should be addressed. I wholeheartedly agree with you. My concern is this. Right now, emotions are high.
Okay, we're too grown for that, fam.
Yeah, but sis, you speak to us all the time on different platforms. And you know we're not about destroying or bringing down Israel, but you know when it comes to having discussions about certain topics, and people are having discussions, saying, "I'm sorry, it's noise behind me. Give me a second."
Can I say something, Orthodox Moore?
You got it, fam. Go ahead.
On the private tip, we've already reached out to those brothers to do a private clubhouse with just the people that were involved in the conversation that happened on Berean. Those brothers denied.
Facts.
They didn't want to talk.
100% facts.
But here's my thing. We want to deal with stuff behind closed doors, but the issue not behind closed doors. The issue has already been made public. These brothers have already came out and said we're following faulty science. Our methodology is not right. It's not correct. Yada, yada, yada. That was done publicly. No one came to the table and said, let's get Sister E, let's get everybody and make sure we all on the same page with this. No one says that. So why can't it be dealt with in a public platform? And I don't see anything that Orthodox Moore did anything wrong. He did not antagonize these brothers. He did not gaslight these brothers.
One second, Yeshua. Let me make something very, very clear. I never said Moore was wrong. Let me make that clear. I never said Moore was wrong. And I'm going to say it one more time. Moore was not wrong. My point with this is, one, I did not know that anybody was saying that y'all's points were faulty. But what I will say is, regardless of what's going on, people are watching us. And we have to be very careful in the things that we do in the public. And that's to everybody on here. Do y'all realize how many people I may have beef with in our community? But you know what I do? I would rather for us to settle it behind closed doors. People are watching us.
Yes, they are. And that's why we got to have these conversations. Because hold on, real quick. That's why we do have to have these conversations, because we have secret scholars coming out. We have people putting out methodology that can't be challenged because there's special people asking for special pleading. We can't have that in the community. So ain't no one above reproach in this thing. So if we're going to put something, hold on real quick. If we're going to put, if me and Yeshua and other people are going to be told that we're making DNA our religion and being insulted, etc., for asking a question, okay, we got to slow this thing down. We got to really slow down. And again, I was not being insulting, antagonizing, none of that. So if asking a question makes you offended, fam, you need to get off the public platforms talking. What are you talking about? A question makes you offended?
Not only that, but we will go hard after anybody in Israel, whether it be camps or anybody who put out false doctrine. And we'll do it live. We'll do it live. We'll do it in public. We'll do it. Christian apologists is watching. Listen, Sister E, listen. We respect you and we love you, sis. We love you. You know that. But what we're saying is that this is on the table now and it has to be dealt with. Whether it's Ron Dalton, who we already addressed with his flawed model, and now this. Nobody's being disrespectful. We think that Teo and them brothers is kicked. Them brothers has done kingdom work. They got 100,000 followers. These brothers are really well known in the community. They have brought thousands of people into the walk, this walk.
Facts.
But when we discover something just like they do, when they discover something that is not right and exact, they address it. And so we're addressing something, and we want to have a private conversation, but it doesn't happen. We did the same thing with Ron Dalton. We wanted to have a private conversation, and they didn't. We gave that not platform, but we gave that opportunity. Yes, we gave that opportunity. And nobody's till today, these brothers have put down so much prophecy work that is undeniable. Nobody's doubting that. Undeniable. But this has to be dealt with.
Right. So real quick, I'm also in a situation where I'm getting tagged and posting that I'm getting called out for clout chasing. Like I want to be part of the conversation and whatnot, right? So I sat through the whole Richard Katz thing, and that was horrible for our community, sis. I'm not doing that again. We all wore egg on our face for that one, right? So that's what I'm saying. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. So I'm not letting people run amok in the public anymore and act like, no, it's not going to get checked. It's fun to get checked, sis. And again, hold on real quick, and we're telling you, Cobra, it was brotherly to start off with. There's no beef here. Again, I got no issue with anything. If they can say haplogroups are bunk, that's not an issue. It's not an emotional concept. You don't have to agree with what I believe, etc. What the people need is a clear conversation to where what's being stated is clear, what people believe is clear, so no one's getting mischaracterized. So if I ask a question trying to clarify your position on something and you get offended, hey fam, you're wasting your opportunity to make sure that what you're saying is clear for the people. It ain't got nothing to do with me.
I think with them is when you. I think it was an insult, and from their standpoint, and I think let me jump on your side for a minute. I think nobody needs to be tagging any of us in these type of conversations, especially when we're dealing with a boo, because we know boo is a touchy subject within our community. So when we have these type of conversations and we tag people in them, especially when we're dealing with a boo, we got to stop that as well. I'm a firm believer. Don't tag anyone in no more posts, because it's getting out of control in our community. We can't control what people do, but what we can do is work together to figure out how can we communicate for the betterment of our community.
Let's keep it real though. If Abu's the boogeyman, I'm worse than he is, right? Like, so if it comes to the pews, I was the only one saying that there is Arabic on the pews. If it comes to DNA, I got these positions before Abu.
More. Let me finish. Let me finish.
May I say real quick about Abu?
When sister's done, you got it.
Go ahead.
You done made me forget my train of thought, dude.
I'm so sorry, sis.
I'm sorry, but I'll give you a minute to get it together.
Yeah, my fault.
I'm sorry.
Y'all keep talking. I'm just like, y'all know how I am about everybody in the community.
Because you love all of us, sis. You love all of us. We all your brothers. We know.
Word is one. Sean, didn't I say last night, you know what I'm saying? We was on Clubhouse on the stream, and I was like, hey, I need to get a sister so we can all build on her channel. Yeah? Did I not say that one?
We said we was going to do a tour.
And you hit me up last night when I was going to bed or whatnot, and was like, let's do live. So I set it up for today, sis. My initial thought was to get at you and have you moderate the conversation on your channel. When he got at me, I thought we could have the cool conversation.
You came in. That's what I was getting ready to say. I would have rather for you all, when we have these type of heated discussions, I would rather for us to start with, and I'm beginning to get like this with us, a side conversation, get all the arguing and the cussing and the frustration out there, and then we go live. But when we go live with raw emotions and go into the forefront, those emotions are going to show. If it means that y'all have to reach out to me and say, E, we need for you to get Teo, we need you to get whoever on a private Zoom. Can you do this? Y'all know I do it. Because y'all know I'm going to do what I need to do for y'all. But when we go on these platforms, because it's been moments with people in our community that I have been pissed off at. I'm talking about Ron Dalton made me so mad to the point that I was getting ready to do something. But I had to say, because of the community, I have to be very careful. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I'm driving.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
sorry. But I have to be very mindful. So I left it alone and left it sitting right there. But with that being said, I would rather for y'all to start out with these type of conversations behind closed doors, because we got a bigger enemy. We got the urban apologists looking at us. We got the non-Israelite Christian looking at us. And if they see us arguing, we're giving them what they want. That's all I'm saying.
So here's the issue, sis. So I'm gonna put out 4 names again, right? So there's Pastor Kelly. I'll put out 5 names. There's Benaiah. There's Morey Brown. There's Tay and Yacoba. That if I try to have the public or private conversation, it's not happening. So what do we do when the big names don't want to have the private conversation but want to talk public?
God.
I agree with you. We gotta stop doing that too as well. As far as, I ain't gonna say we, because I don't consider myself to be a big name, but the bigger names have to do that. Gotta have the side conversations with everyone. If you have a disagreement, I schedule a Zoom. Throw it on me. Say, we'll talk to E and see what he can do. You know, I do this for a living. Make sure people don't choke each other. But
what can't, hold on, but real quick, what can't happen, sis, is people can't get coddled and people can't get protected when there's damage being done in the community over this stuff. Like, so for instance, if we got 5 Israelites in the room, right, and 5 of us disagree, and 4 of us can have a peaceful disagreement, and one of us is wiling out, we gotta work that one out, because asking questions shouldn't make anybody wild out. I can ask Yeshua a bunch of questions on stuff I don't agree with him on. He's not going to wild out, and vice versa, right? Yeah. I don't find any question offensive.
Yeah, I see what your point is. I think with him is when you ask him the question about the haplotype, y'all know I'm not an expert in this, but it's an automatic assumption that it deals with sex. And I think when you ask him the question about the sex, it was like that was never the forefront question. So I think he got a tad bit insulted by it. That's why I think it would have been good for me to moderate it. Y'all just tell me what y'all want to talk about.
I'm gonna say like this because you don't know. So for everyone who does know haplotypes and haplogroups, etc., whatnot, they're making the same basic mistakes on the same basic questions, right? And so again, like I said in my video last night, that nobody is vilifying them because they're making basic mistakes, right? And so they're vilifying people because they don't agree with them. I'm not vilifying them because they're making grade school mistakes on haplogroups.
And that would be offensive to them too, just saying that, grade school mistakes. And it shouldn't be. They should be able to understand what we're trying to say. Nobody's trying to belittle anybody. Listen, I'm a moderator on Teo. I'm probably going to lose my wrench behind this. But the point is that I love these brothers so much. I'm watching these mistakes being made, and I want to sit down at the table with them. I want them to get the understanding, because the same mistakes that they're making is the same mistakes, well, not all of them, that Ron Dalton is making. We do this on a regular. I don't want to be told that I'm using or treating DNA as a religion, because I don't. I take science and I apply it to the Bible. All of us do, because we're all followers and believers first. And so we do that, and we try as a lost people to put this puzzle together. We're trying to put a puzzle together, and we're using every tool. We're using every tool imaginable that's coming to us that we have knowledge of, and we use it to edify the people. I yield.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. Look at the chat right now. I want everybody to look at the chat. Tell me what y'all see. Everybody's arguing amongst each other in the chat. Who's won?
Teo said he didn't make a mistake.
But your shoe.
Okay. Yes. No. Your shoe. Sorry. No. Hold on, sis. Real quick. Like, so, hold on, sis. Hold on. Hold on. Give me.
Oh my God.
Hey, sis, you need that mutant. You got that unmuting spirit. We got to do you like on Maria.
So real quick.
So
I brought them up here to make sure that no one mischaracterized their position, that it was completely understood from top to bottom, right? And so we got to the part to where I was trying to explain to them to where the haplogroup stuff is getting mischaracterized. And so that's where it started getting touchy. It's just clarifying both positions.
I understand your point, but I'm gonna ask you this: what did we gain out of this? Look at the chat. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to do. Look at this chat right now.
What could we have gained out of this? We could have. Hold on, real quick. We could have gained an adult conversations where we could recognize. You know what? There's two different perceptions on two different methods that could work. If they're gonna come out and say haplogroup science is faulty, then we are owed a conversation as to why it is. Because if we're all family. What I don't. If you think something's bad for me, you should really explain it to me. Particularly if I'm asking you to explain it to me, right? You can't just tell me, "Oh, it's bad, leave it alone." Like I need to know what's better, etc., etc., etc.
And kind of be open to why. We feel that it's not bad to us.
And this is why it's relevant, sis, because I was on your real quick, Sean. And this is why it's relevant, sis, because I was on your channel with Tudor Parfit. And Cohen Hamadisha, and Tudor Parfit's telling us that we need to do more DNA collects. I'm asking them questions about other migrations. He said, yes, we need to go test those migrations as well, right? So we're testing those migrations based upon haplogroups and whatnot, right? The same science that Tayo and Yacob are challenging, right? So if I'm going to be out here doing work in that community on that level or whatnot, we got to be on the same page as to, okay, if you don't agree with it, okay, we can respectfully disagree about the whole thing, right? Because I'm still going to try to do work on that to prove our thing as a group. So if I'm something with haplogroups, it doesn't disprove Tayo and Yacob, it proves all of us as Israelites. And if they find something to where like the autosomal method works better than the haplogroups, that works better for us too. Hence, we need to understand the method. Hence, it's okay. You know what? I can put my method down right now. I can hear about yours. I got an empty cup. Teach me. But also at the same point in time, I'm gonna let you know, okay, this is what you got wrong when you were describing the haplogroup thing. As family, we should be able to have that conversation. And if we can't have it in public or private, then what are we doing?
Indoctrination.
So
I'm not gonna bite my tongue on that. That's what we're doing, indoctrination.
God, I would like to hear what Yeshua has to say.
I'm sorry, I'll be quiet.
I just want to say the approach that these brothers, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
The approach that these brothers are trying to use is indoctrination, where you can't be questioned. No one can call you out on it. I heard the statement during the show. I felt like you were calling me out. What's wrong with being called out? What's wrong with scrutiny? I get scrutinized all the time. Are these guys above reproach? Are these guys above correction? I get corrected, reproach all the time. I accept all that. And I stand on my swear. You guys got to learn that. You can't be like a religious zealot where everything you say cannot be challenged. And that's the issue. And especially when you're going on live platforms like Berean and saying that we are the ones that don't research, we are the ones with faulty methodology, and we are the ones that are not doing the study and research and they're analytical. If you're doing these things, you should know basic stuff. You shouldn't make basic mistakes. You should know that F does not come from E. Mutation accumulation does not lead to F. It's a separate, distinct branch. You should know stuff like that. You should know when someone asks you a question about haplogroups, you are dealing with sex chromosomes, because what determines haplogroups? Sex chromosomes. So when you make the statement as if you do know, and this is why I tell my guys, don't be a know-it-all, be a show-it-all. Be able to display your argument, not just say your argument. The reason why these guys were getting upset is because Orthodox Moore was trying to get them to exemplify their position and demonstrate their position. Demonstration always beats conversation at the end of the day. That's what it does. And since they cannot do that and cannot be questioned on where they err, they got mad and upset. Orthodox Moore didn't do any of that. He asked straightforward questions, and it revealed that they did not know as much as they think about the subject. You can't get upset at that. Do better. Go study. Get more information on it. If not, you feel like you can just go around saying anything. That's indoctrination. If you can't validate your points and exemplify your points, you are dealing with indoctrination, not education. And I yield.
Okay, can I address you, Yeshua?
Go ahead. You got the floor.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so I understand your point. And I think what's going on right now is everybody has a point to say that I've done my research, and not necessarily I should be respected, but we do need to have a conversation about what is considered to be valid and what's invalid. I don't have a problem with that. And let me make this clear, because somebody in the chat is like, she is cloud chasing. First and foremost, I don't have to cloud chase. Let's make this very clear. I don't do that. But what I do,
just on the platform with us, so we're not paying attention to none of them down there. Right. You up here with us.
Yeah, she giving me light right now. Her platform's bigger than my family. She ain't cloud chasing.
Yeah, you giving me light right now. You know who you are.
But the thing is, I see my brothers arguing. That's what I don't want to see. I feel like that where it was about to go, it was getting ugly. That's why I hopped up here.
No, it's already ugly.
About my community, well, if I'm protective about my community, that's fine. I'll take a hit for that. I'm protective about my community. Would I rather for you all
I love you for that.
Scholarly conversations behind closed doors, so that we can get the emotions off the table and be able to have a good conversation? Yes, I would rather for us to do that first. Because,
so what's the reprimand for people, real quick though? So what's the reprimand for people who don't do it?
Dan,
what's the accountability for the people who don't do it, sis? Because real quick, so what do our scrolls say? I'm gonna come to you in private, and then what?
If you don't if somebody doesn't respond to you in private, then I would say you do have to teach. I mean, you do have to teach that the truth in it. You get what I'm saying? But I don't like the fact that we're calling each other's names out. If you don't agree with them, just say, I don't agree, but this is what I see. What I see is, and again, I'm not taking sides. I'm not taking sides. If they don't respond to you, reach out to me. I call them and say, hey, y'all, we need to have this conversation.
This isn't about an agree, disagree. This isn't about agree, disagree. Because again, I can put my beliefs to the side on anything and just hear somebody out. That's not an issue. Again, for the first hour, I'm just listening.
Yeah, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Not where this is going. You know, nobody's aligning with Abu. I don't trust Abu. I don't trust him. But when I hear truth,
that's what I'm saying. That's another thing. Like, so Abu was talking about DNA after us. Like, Abu wasn't talking about DNA before Yeshua or before me or before you know what I'm saying? That he's a Johnny come into the conversation, right? So we can leave Abu out of it, right?
Right. But hold on, wait. I just want to make a quick point. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
You got it, King. Go ahead. You got it, King. Go ahead.
I just want to say something real quick. I don't trust Abu. Abu knows that. All since this started, even before Teo, when he was coming to Yeshua's channel and he asked a question and he was asking certain questions, you know, he was already to me antagonizing a situation. But what happened was he sat down with Moore and they had a dialogue, and there were certain things that he could not deny. So even though I don't trust Abu, I stand on the side of truth. And for once, I heard him stand on the side of truth. And I reached out to him and I told him, listen, I don't trust you. He'll tell you, I don't trust you. But for once, what happened during this DNA thing, this is before Teo. This is before all of this. What happened, excuse me, your stance now, it's duly noted. I see you standing on truth, and it's duly noted because I'm used to him siding with a certain group of people. But that doesn't mean I trust him now. It just means that I'm standing on the side of truth, and he said something truthful. I yield.
Facts. So Tell You Ministries extended is on the screen saying sometimes it is the way you say a thing and not what you said. Orthodox was dishonest. So
no, I'm not gonna say that because I know you more. I know you more, and I know you.
Right.
I've had conversations with you. Me and you have multiple phone. You used to have multiple phone conversations. Everybody got busy. I don't think it's that, and that's why I think that if I could help, you know, reach out to me because I could be able to say I know more. More is not being dishonest. More is just inquisitive. He wants to know what do you mean? Explain your point. You need an explanation. You need to.
I want our people to have the explanation because I can make my own assessment off of what I hear.
Correct, and you want the framework. I understand that, and I respect that about you. I would say I would have been able to. I hope I could have helped a little bit more to say, "Hey, Teo, look, he just wants to know. Let's have a private conversation." I've done that before with Teo, and they usually cool with it. Why, I don't know, but maybe, if it would have been something I could have helped with, just let me help sometimes. That's all I'm asking. I'm not trying to say
we spoke about you last night, sister. Last night we said we was going to go on full tour on about 4 different channels, and your channel was at the top of this discussion. Am I right, More?
Facts. And I was the one saying that your channel's the one where it needed to happen.
Right. And just to reiterate that More is not a dishonest person. If you can have somebody like Sister Cherry, Cherry say that More is a stand-up brother, then I mean, and it's not that we trust Cherry, it's just a bare fact that if she could come off of her soapbox and say that, then we know. All right. This is not about, we don't want to slander anybody, because we're not slandering Teu and Teu and Yakova. We're not doing that. We love those brothers. They brought a lot to the table. Their platform is rocking before all of us. We love them brothers. They kingdom workers. But when you start saying certain things, and nobody's above reproach, like Yeshua said, nobody's above reproach. We have to correct each other. Yes, we should be doing it backstage or in a private manner. But what happens when you try to reach out to brothers and they don't want to do it that way? And they keep going forward in a public, manner. They keep going forward in a public manner.
I agree, and if that's the case, then it needs to stop. And I agree that if you all have attempted to do a private conversation and it leads to this, I mean, it has to stop. I love my brother's tale. If they did that, I'm be like, y'all don't do that. Let's have a private conversation. Let's not do this publicly, because people feed off of that. So again, that's why I said I'm not up here bashing More. More knows that's my brother. I love him. More is just gonna ask those questions.
So let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. I would love to go on your platform and finish this conversation with Teu and Yakoba. And I'm gonna put this out here publicly. I would love to go on your platform and talk with Dr. Kelly and with Benaya and Maury Brown about the pews and get that all squashed, right? I got no issue squashing all that information, right? But we have to be able to recognize, you know what? As adults, we got to be accountable to each other. We got to be accountable to the nation we say we're a part of, right? We're not, nobody's above reproach.
Repent. I'm sorry, Orthodox Mom. People got to be willing to repent.
Facts.
Brothers got to be willing to repent for, I don't care how big your platform is or how small your platform is.
Facts.
You got to be willing to repent for whatever you put out there that may have stained our community or may have marred us. You have to be able to repent and just let it go. We're going to forgive you. We belong to each other. All we got is us. But we can't have, just like we'll go after the camps, just like we always on the camps, and we do it live. We don't care how we do it. Then why won't we do it with each other if we're not willing to sit down and reason in a private manner?
I agree. And if y'all would have reached out, I would say this: if y'all would have reached out to me and said, "E, can you set up something with me and Yakoba?" Y'all know I would have said, "Okay, that's fine. Let me go ahead and set it up."
You were going to be my first phone call this morning, sis.
You should have made first phone
like I
call.
said, you got to be before I got to bed. You know what I'm saying?
That is too funny. But I mean, because then it would have been like, hey, y'all, chill out, cooler heads prevail. Let's sit and have a side conversation. But I understand that if you are teaching something that's an error, yeah, we need to discuss it. If it means privately, if you don't want to do it privately, then you proceed with the public. I don't knock that. But I would have rather hoped that someone would have said, E, can you help us? Because y'all know I'm always willing to help, especially when it comes to our community. Because I have nothing but love for every single person on this panel, because everybody has put in work. Everybody has put in work.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to take anything away from what you're doing, more Sean's doing, your shoes doing, Teo and them are doing. Everybody's putting in work. But we still, and I admit it, we still got to be adults and come to the table. Now, I have been thinking about doing private conversations on a Zoom with all of us. I have really been contemplating doing that, but it's just people get in their feelings and don't want to do it. So understand that this makes me want to do this even more now, because I need all of us to iron out our issues and be able to publicly do something. Because again, as long as we're divided, they're winning. But the moment we unify, that's a problem. Because one thing Berean said that he said when I was on the panel, he said, one thing Israel gonna do, they gonna come together. And that's what hurts individuals that try to attack Israel, because Israel knows how to come together. So don't worry about it, y'all. I'm gonna get ready to do some private where all of us can talk, because we gotta iron these differences out, especially with the cats. I'm not opposed. The cat thing pissed me off more than anybody, and I think that needs to be addressed as well.
Right, because the same situation is happening. Like, so if I try to, like, if people, not me, ain't no one coming to me crazy. So if people try to address the cats thing, they're gonna go, oh, well, you're supporting a boo and blah blah blah. That's why I said, check this out. If a boo is the bad guy, I'm way worse than a boo, because I took harder stances than a boo took. Yeah. And I'm going to continue to, because this is my community. You feel what I'm saying? We need to be held accountable. We need to hold each other accountable. If I say something crazy, y'all please better get at me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I'm part of a crew of people that do that. If we say something crazy, we do yank each other by the coat. Like, no, we got to talk about that, fam. We got to deal with that. And we got to deal with this in the public. You got to apologize in the public, etc. You know what I'm saying? That's how we get down. And as Israel, we have rules, family. If we're going to raise our hand and say that we're Israel, we can't just do whatever we want to. We can't act like we have the Christian liberty that some people talk about, like we can just go and do whatever. No, fam. We got rules that if we don't follow, we get held to account for. And some of this is like, how do we talk in private? How do we talk in public? So I don't feel like my brother sinned against me just because we disagree on something, right? But if for me asking a question, I'm making religion, DNA my religion, or for me asking a question, I'm being dishonest. Now that's an issue, right? Now, see, this is an issue that happened in the public. So check it. I'm not personally offended by any of those accusations. I'm offended that we can't have a conversation for the people.
I agree.
Because if we're going to be in front of the people saying that these things are true or not true, we need to correct this for the people, or bring them to proper understanding on things, like I was trying to do for them. I gave them the respect of, let's walk through what you're saying got mischaracterized, because I don't want you to get mischaracterized. More interviews, everybody on their positions, every Christians, Israelites, it doesn't matter. So everyone can get their position clearly put out there. Yep. I interviewed them before on this same exact topic. And I'm asking questions that I have from that first interview. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep, I agree. I think you have a platform that's very non-biased when it comes to conversations, because we ask those hard questions. Facts. I just look at everybody on this panel as being leaders, and when I saw that, I was like, wait, we're leaders. We shouldn't be, and going off on each other. Even when Yacoba lost his temper, I'm like, wait, Yacoba, you're a leader. You're a leader. You can't do that. You can't. And as leaders,
we can't. To be able to have a council, we should be able to come together and have a council, But once somebody keeps going public, and we're trying to pull them in, like, yo, let's talk. Come over here. Let's talk. And they don't want to do it. What are we supposed to do? What's the other recourse? Because if in the matter, at the same time, it's being put out there that this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong, that's wrong. It's a religion. Like, hold on, wait a minute, slow down. Let's have a discussion. Like Moore said, let's slow down. Let's have a discussion. Let's build. Let's talk about this.
Okay, you're cutting out, sis.
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me better now?
I can hear you now. You turned to the Matrix first.
Yeah, we
hear you now.
That's funny. But I'm gonna see if I can get either Dante or myself. I'm gonna schedule a meeting, and y'all hold that on me now. I'm gonna schedule a meeting with everybody. Whoever comes, they're part of the council. If you don't come, you're not a part of the council. And I'm gonna send a mass invite, and that's gonna be everybody in our community that have been, that have YouTubes and have a face. And we're gonna sit down and we're gonna talk. And council should be able to say yay or nay. Nope, that was incorrect, and be able to correct, because I'm not beyond correction. If you correct me, okay, I'm good. Let me go fix it. But I think we need to do that. And that will be something that I will work on. And I will put that on me to build a council so all of us can come together and have these private conversations. So I'll take that one as my action item. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Card. Understood. We could do that. If you could set that up, then, I'm sure people will come to the table. But in the meantime, there's some things that need to be straightened out. But I'm going to leave it at that. We get ready to do a live over at Sister Shari's channel. You know, discuss it again, DNA, you know, and just we have to. This discussion is going to go on because we got to correct some errors. And I say shalom. I'm gonna deal with everybody in Torah. I'm gonna deal with Teo in Torah. I'm gonna deal with everybody who I disagree with in Torah. I'm gonna walk with you. That you know, I come to you with shalom. I come to you in peace, and I'm gonna deal with you in peace. And I'm gonna walk away from you, you know, in peace. Reading and walking away. I'm gonna deal with you in Torah. You know, I have no qualms with anybody. I don't want to be, like I told you, I'm a moderator on their channel. I love moderating on their channel. I might lose my wrench behind this, but I'm willing to put it on the line for a real discussion with my brothers.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, I agree.
All right.
And I'm gonna say like this: as leaders, we shouldn't be trying to teach people to be followers. Please think about that.
I agree too. Yeah, start reading, study too. When we put stuff out, when stuff is coming out, or a team puts something out, doesn't necessarily have to come just from one person's mouth. But if you see it's a team putting out work, don't take it. Go and study. Pick up the books. We putting out the sources. We putting out everything. Read it. Read it. We want y'all to be strong. You know, we got to step our game up. Divine Prospect said this some years ago. Israel, step the game up, because these people are constantly, especially on the Christian apologist side, they studying regularly and they studying directly for us, not necessarily for
100%. And that's why this conversation was necessary, because we can't give our people something less than solid to stand on. We can't give them an unfalsified premise to stand on. We owe our people the truth. We can't give them a fantasy. We owe them the truth. And so when I was a child, I did childish things, right? I'm not a child anymore. I put them things away. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get emotional because I'm being asked to be told to be accountable to the truth.
Yeah. And the thing is, I think everybody has this stance that because I know Teo says it as well, and y'all say it as well. Do your research. Do your research, but you know, when people come back with the research and not in agreement, we got to also be very not sensitive when people are coming at us and giving correction on what we see, because everybody has a right to their own view. Because I just recently had to say that to someone, that you can't control me. I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and I'm gonna be at peace with it. And it's somebody in my own community, but yet and still, you gotta stand on your own square. So I agree with y'all. We don't need anybody following. Do your own research. Do your own research.
Stop going on Berean chat. I'm telling everybody in the chat, or anybody who would listen to this later on down the line after this live is over, stop going on Berean channel and jumping up because you puts the link in the chat and going and speaking and you're not learned. Stop making us look foolish. Stop it.
And I go up there to protect the community, because I know there are going to be people running up there and they're going to say stuff, and I'm like, wait, hold on, that ain't what we think. You know, so you're right, Sean. If you're not learned, don't get up there. Don't get up there.
Yeah,
because on a daily basis they're making us look foolish. And I'm sorry if I'm saying that and I'm being harsh. Some brothers is up, you know, get up there and then they get caught because these apologists got their thing together. So you better have your thing together. Stop playing with these people.
Correct. That's why this council needs to happen. This council needs to happen simply because of that.
I'm down with the council happening based upon a couple of stipulations, right? Because if it's not based upon Torah, it's going to be a waste of time. It's going to be people protecting the popularity and whatnot. And I could care less to participate something.
It'll be based upon Torah. Y'all, now more. I have a question. Have I ever done something that was outside of that, as far as not making sure people do right?
No, I didn't say you were. I said I'd be willing to participate based upon some stipulations.
Correct.
You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I am. You know how I am, for real.
But again, like so right. So on that stipulation, what's the reprimand for people not wanting to have the private conversation?
It's something we may need to talk about in the council. It's not something I can answer right now. Maybe we need to have that sidebar conversation.
And that's why I'm saying, like, so when it's Torah centered, it's real simple. We just go back to the book. It's real simple. We don't got to think about it. We just read about it.
Yep.
Thus saith the Lord.
Shalom, family.
All right.
But I appreciate y'all for coming through. Tell you, Cobra, I still appreciate y'all for coming through and having the conversation we did have, right? So I'm not against having any conversation in the future. I don't not consider you my brothers. You know what I'm saying? Again, like I said last time in my live, ain't no one calling you Khazars, ain't no one calling you the sons of slavery, and ain't no one saying that you couldn't be the descendants of some Moroccan Jews with Haplogroup G that got caught up into the slave trade. No one's denying it. No one's making any of those accusations. So there's absolutely no reason to have any emotion in the conversation whatsoever. Particularly with me, I'm more European than you. I'm also not E1B1A, etc. So if we can have this conversation with Sister and have it be cool, that's cool. But at the same point in time, I'm also down for, like, when you're saying that you don't believe in DNA, therefore you don't want to participate in DNA conversations. If you don't want to, you don't have to, right? I'm not trying to force you to. But at the same point in time, if you're going to talk about DNA or talk about what I'm saying about DNA or whatever, and you don't want to have the side conversation, just understand it will be addressed publicly and thoroughly at that. Thoroughly at that. So with that, and y'all can say your closing words if you want to.
Yeah, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I'm gonna let you to go. So
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm good. I'm just say let's walk in love when we deal with each other. That's all I'm asking. And I'm not saying that didn't happen, but let's just make sure we got cooler heads, because like I said, people are watching us. And that goes for everybody. Everybody, even myself.
Right. 100%.
And nobody's above correction. So I'm good.
Yes. But to be clear, my man says, tell your boy Boo leave my name out his mouth.
That's not my boy.
Yeah, exactly. So
not my boy.
One, first of all, I've publicly and consistently said, I've said two things. One, I said,
you're my boy.
If I'm going to shoot at somebody scholastically, you're going to know that your name has a scholastic bullet, or there's a bullet with your scholastic name on it, right? I'm going to let you know to right off. I'm shooting at you, fam. So if I'm not saying that, and I'm just asking questions respectfully, just understand I'm not shooting. It feels a lot different when Moore's on the attack. Two, right? Abu is a grown man, right? He was in this community before I got here. He'll be here after I leave, right? I ain't got nothing to do with Abu being here, right? I can tell you this. I engaged Abu on purpose because there were questions he was asking that weren't getting answered. And it actually started changing Abu's perspective because I engaged him on purpose, right? And when I engaged Abu, I said publicly and privately to him, they don't got to answer your questions if they don't want to. They're not obligated to. So if he keeps asking you questions, you can keep not answering them, fam. I'm not responsible for you jumping on a panel where he's asking you questions. That has nothing to do with me. I'm not responsible for getting tagged in posts where I wasn't asked to get tagged in stuff. That has nothing to do with me. But when I do get involved, when I do respond to getting tagged in, etc., whatnot, and I'm respectful, I expect respect in return. If I don't get respect, I'm just gonna politely show you my back. If I get fired, you don't see my hands, fam. So respectfully, fam, I do what I do for the sake of the community. I don't clout chase. I don't promote I don't ask for money. The only time I've ever asked for money on this channel was for Cohen Hamadisha, because he let me know that they were hurt where they were at. Still got no donations for it, right? I'm not in this for that. I'm in this for community building and kingdom building. I'm in this for nation building. So for people who are in it for clout, have your clout, fam. Clout won't build our kingdom. Righteousness will. Us working together based upon righteousness will. If we build the kingdom off clout, that ain't the Most High's kingdom, fam.
I agree. And I will say, Teo, come on, y'all. Y'all got to calm down as well. I want y'all to stop, putting like what y'all doing in the post. Y'all know I love y'all, and y'all know y'all my brothers. Well, y'all are leaders as well. Y'all were at the very beginning of this. And I think when we put this stuff in the comments, we got to stop. So I will say that much. I love y'all, but come on, y'all, calm down. That's all I'm asking.
I appreciate that. We'll leave it there, family.
I want to say one real quick. I was just
go ahead. You got it.
I'm sorry, boy. Real quick. I want everybody to understand that and this is how it should be, because this is how I roll. This is how I rock. I don't, it's like politics. I don't vote. If I'm Democrat, I don't vote just Democrat. Or if I was a Republican, I wouldn't vote just, I don't vote party line. Or I vote policy. Policy is how I operate. So if we use that same understanding dealing with truth, I don't care who's putting out truth. That's who I'm going to agree with at that moment. And that's how it should be. You don't do things because you rock with somebody and, it's just, I'm rolling with that party, I'm rolling with this crew, so everything they do is right. No. You have to stand on truth. And with that, I yield.
So, yeah.
No worries. I saw that. I call them later. They probably talk about me now. They mad at me. That's all right. I just want everybody to calm down. Period. If I gotta take it to make people calm down, and we'll deal with it later.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it like this. I suffer fools poorly, sis. And so this is super childish behavior. So this is like, I can't do anything wrong. And if I did something wrong, it's because you made me do it. Like, tell you, I don't know about y'all, but like, I used to have to go walk to a tree and snap a switch when I got messed up, right? When I crossed the line, I didn't get the chance to not be accountable growing up. Hell, my mother handmade a paddle out of a 2x4. Put a leather strap on the joint and threatened to drill holes in that joint. Like, accountability is part of what we come from. If you're not trying to be accountable, fam, I suggest you don't blow smoke my direction. If you want to be accountable, we can have the most. I'll be your best friend, fam.
Don't start more up, please.
No, I mean that. I'll be your best friend.
I know you do, bro. I know.
I'll be your best friend. But if you're acting like you can be insulting, but you don't insult anybody, fam, like, we can't have a realistic conversation. You got your head in the clouds. So if you're really going to come on here like you didn't say anything that was abrasive to anybody, cool. You did the same thing over Brand's channel. And you came over here and complained that you're getting jumped on. Go watch the whole video. No one's jumping on you, fam. We're talking one at a time. Real chill and calm. I'm coming at you real calm. Real calm. Like I came at you calm on this live. Because it's not a personal thing, fam. I don't feel like you're attacking me because you don't agree with me, bro. There's a million people that don't. The whole world don't agree with me on everything, fam. The whole world doesn't, fam. It's okay. We're not going to agree on everything. The question is, how can we respectfully disagree on things? That's the whole point of this conversation. How can we respectfully disagree on things and move forward for the nation? Because we're obligated to move forward on what we agree on, and then respectfully disagree. If I'm doing something dangerous and I'm not paying attention to people warning me, be disrespectful if you need to. Cool, got you. But if I'm being cool off rip, bro, there's no reason to come at this with emotion. There's none. So if you want to build, cool. If you don't want to build, just don't gaslight, fam. It's not that hard. So for instance, I don't agree with how Benaiah and how Pastor Kelly got down and Maury Brown got down with the pews and whatnot, right? I don't agree with the whole Richard Cass thing. Did you see me doing a million videos on them? No. I don't care about that, bro. It's not about that for me. I could have got a whole bunch of subscribers going in on them if I wanted to, right? It's not about that, fam. It really ain't, fam. I can start talking about Ashkenazi Jews and all kind of stuff and get my numbers up real fast. It's not about that, fam. If we got the nerve to raise our hand and say that we're Israel right now, we are volunteering for the hardest job in the world. We are volunteering to be the light to the nations. And that starts with us being a light to ourselves. So if we can't have honest conversations like adults, fam, I'm not going to waste my time. If we can talk based upon Torah, cool. If we can't, cool. I'm going to go do my thing. You can go do your thing. I'm not going to disparage you just because we disagree. So I try to give you the platform to let you explain your position on autosomal DNA. I try to give you the platform so you can give out a working model for people, and we couldn't get through the conversation. That's not going to be productive, fam. You're literally the only person, not only people I've invited onto this platform that we couldn't get through the whole conversation. I talked to Elder Mike. I talked to Alton. I've talked to G-Con. I've talked to Kevin G. I've talked to Vocab alone for Christ's sakes. That was the only one that got tested. I don't want to have that same energy with my family. I don't want to have that energy, period. That's the energy we need to heal from right now, that we need to use these scrolls to heal from right now. And like Sean Harris said, y'all done good work in the community. Ain't no one disparaging that, fam. Ain't no one out here saying we need to tell you ministries or whatnot, because the end of the world ministries are just leading people straight. No, we're out here like, can we have a conversation where we think the information is going past some people? We think you think some stuff's being mischaracterized. We think some stuff's being mischaracterized. So it's okay to have the conversation where things get correctly characterized. But it's not going to work one way, fam. You don't get to come on and say, like, well, I feel some kind of way and I feel this and I feel that, and then get your stuff addressed, but not address the other side. No, it ain't going to work like that, fam. Because you weren't properly characterizing arguments as well. And if you feel like you were, okay, then slow down and listen. And maybe you can understand where people are coming from. And maybe sometimes answering a yes or no question will help the situation. And refusing to answer yes or no questions is not going to help the situation. I'll answer any question you got for me. Anybody. I'm an open book. There's no question I'll say, no, I'm not going to answer that. You can get deep with me, fam. You can get in my closet you want to, but I got nothing to hide. Like with my DNA stuff, I'm the most transparent person in the community. All my DNA information is out there from all kind of different websites. Every DNA test I took, like my GEDmatch stuff, all that type of stuff. The different third-party sites I went to, it's all out there. Challenge it if you want to. Tell me I'm some kind of half-breed Jesuit trying to take over the thing. Cool. I'd have heard it all, fam. But I promise you, like, I worked really hard to make sure my integrity stays intact for the people, in front of the people. So that in case it ever does get challenged, it's not going to get knocked down. That's why certain people aren't coming at more over the pews in a crazy way. They're not going to gaslight more over the pews. Because my integrity on the situation was at a high level, just like this situation. Our people deserve integrity in these conversations, family. Here, all eyes gaze on us. That's important because we have a job to do with those eyes. We're supposed to lead them to the light of the Most High. Not to hit a subscribe button, not to hit a like button, not to donate to a Cash App, not to hit the share button, none of that type of stuff. We are here to lead the nations of the world to the Most High by being his living example on the earth. And if we can't even accomplish a public conversation based upon the rules of our nation, we got a lot of work to do, fam. This isn't an us-them thing about, oh, it's the conscious community or the urban apologists versus us. No, fam. It's us against ourselves, fam. It's us against ourselves. Leave them out of it. What are we doing to clean up our nation? What are we doing to fix us? Because they're not going to do it. Ain't no one else going to do it. It's us. We got to be a light to ourselves first, man. So if Sister E wants to do a council, cool, I'm down. Long as the Torah's at the center of it, right? If it's about protecting people's public image, I could care less. I'm not in it for that. I'm not in it for that. So with that, family, I done bored y'all enough. I appreciate you for your time. I appreciate you for your energy. I appreciate you for your thoughts and your comments. Again, there's no beef, Tayu and Yakoba. There's no personal beef, fam. There's no personal beef. If you want to talk like adults, we can talk whenever you want to. Whenever you want to. Sister E has my phone number. You can get it from her if you want to. And we can talk privately and squash whatever. I'm a reasonable dude, fam. I'm real reasonable to the point where I will put down what I believe for a second just to understand what you're talking about. But also understand, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to logically have questions. I'm going to logically have questions. And in truth, I had a lot of questions that were asked on the live last night that still haven't got answered. So if we're not going to answer the questions, just do me the favor. Leave my name out of it too, bro. Because if you bring me into it, it's going to be the same thing over and over again. So we can either peacefully disagree, or we can start beefing and doing all kind of nonsense, right? I can tell you right now, I'm not gonna partake in the nonsense. I'm not about that. I dead topics and move on. But with that, family, like, I'm frustrated that we couldn't get this cleared up for the people. This was a wasted golden opportunity, fam. Wasted golden opportunity. So we could have came from the people and said, you know what, we care about y'all so much that we're going to show you the competing concepts we have, and that we can discuss them in some sense of order and whatnot, to where we can let y'all decide what works best for y'all. This isn't a situation where like, oh, you have to pick one, I have to pick up. No. Look at the experiences, haplogroups and autosomal Israel. Let's say haplogroups versus. It's not a versus thing, fam. I'm not trying to put my community against each other. I'm trying to dead the fighting. Dead the fighting. I'm trying to stand in the middle of the fight. I'm like, okay, this is what they believe. This is what they believe over there. And this is where I see where they're talking past each other and where I can stop that from happening. Because I've sat down and listened to what they both had to say. Like, we're like, yo, we are back in the old school joints where like our parents are telling us like, yo, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you talk. That's valuable, fam. We can't just be a community of talking heads that don't listen. If we're just a bunch of talking heads that don't listen, then we are just in this for clout. And you know what? Look at the Bible and tell me what it looked like when Israel was living for clout. Did that work out well for Israel? No, it didn't. That's why we can't be living for clout. We need to be living for the kingdom, fam. Because if we're not doing it for that, we're just playing an elaborate game of dress up. I'm going to say that one more time and then leave it right there. If we're not building for the kingdom and we're doing this for clout, we are just playing an elaborate game of dress up. So please, let's go build the kingdom. With that, family, I say peace and love. So on the 19th, I make a video where I say no one is disparaging people for having a difference of opinion. No one's vilifying nobody. I'm even saying stuff like no one's saying you can't be a Moroccan Jew potentially that got caught up in the slave trade, etc. Right? On the 20th, on the 19th, I get the Facebook messages back from Tayu asking to come on the live. On the 20th, we go live. And that's the conversation that we have. Or that's part of the conversation that we have. And that's the interaction that E and I have. And that's the conversation between all of us that she's saying caused her to not deal with me anymore. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to 1 day later. 1 day later when she goes on Brand TV. Now, she completely does an about face and shows some double-mindedness and starts talking about how angry I was, etc., etc., etc. Now, again, this is where everyone starts talking about like, well, it looks like she's picking sides and she's being a respected person, etc. Where I start saying she's fullback for people or whatnot. Best fullback in the game, best blocking fullback in the game. And I'm not even mad at her. Like, she's doing what a lot of people do. She's just being loyal to her people, right? However, that means you're a biased party. That's all that's what's real about it, right? And in that bias this is what it looks like. It looks like you're taking one side over the other. But again, just 1 day later, let me share my screen again. 1 day later, this is how the story changed. Like, it ain't time stamp anything. I'm just roughly just grabbing it to where I can see a picture, and I know she's gonna come on. So she's either gonna get on right now or in a minute or two. Yeah, here we go.
Other communities, y'all want to face DNA, y'all want to bring DNA up and stuff like that, and we got to talk about that, and that's good. Trust me, in the long run, this DNA thing is going to be so much better. Let them other people say DNA don't make no difference. Y'all, it's gonna be worth spending that money to get experts to prove your point in the long run. Hold on. Grace and peace.
Hey.
Adam, ain't no testifying today. What Adam Jackson want? Ain't no testifying today. Hold on, Sister E.
Don't mess with me, Marine, man.
I ain't messing with you. I ain't messing with. Hold on. I ain't messing. You see that? He said I'm messing with him. The other day, we were on, Sister E. We was on the other day, and then I'm looking at the comment section. I'm not even looking at the screen. Sometimes I'm walking away. Somebody said, "Is Adam nodding now?" Adam was asleep in the car with the screen on. He knocked out in the car for about a whole half an hour.
Man, come on, Marine.
I'm telling you the truth. Y'all wasn't on the other day, Sister E. You didn't see it.
Y'all be putting me to sleep, man, sometime, man, with these comments, man.
All right, hold on a minute. He said you see how he blamed it? Oh man, come on, Sister E.
What's going on?
That's your people. He said we put him to sleep. He was nodding out. He was knocked out in the car. And he didn't even turn the camera off.
Y'all actually put me to sleep a couple days ago. When all y'all Friday night, I was like, I had to get up. Well, I had to get on the road, and y'all was long.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm taking my headphones off. Let me see what I got in the refrigerator. Go ahead.
Folks while out in the chat and don't realize that the reason I got on was because I saw that the conversation wasn't going anywhere. It was gonna lead to a lot of slander, a lot of frustration. Yeah. And I'm like, we ain't getting nowhere with this. And it's obvious that emotions are high right now, especially when you're dealing with someone, excuse me, I'm outside. Okay. But especially when you're dealing with people like Abu and all of them, because Abu is a sensitive subject within the community, which makes sense. That's why I say, y'all, let's chill for a minute. Let's stop and let's have a side conversation. And let's get our thoughts together, because I'm not discrediting anybody's information, because I'm not a DNA expert. I'm not. But I know that if the experts want to talk, emotions can't be involved, because if it's too emotional, no information is going forth. And people are watching us. And that was my whole point. People are watching us. And if we get up here, because I've lost it before and had to go back and say, you know what, I was wrong. Yeah. And what I'm learning when we're doing these things, as we grow, people are growing with us. And the moment we get emotional, we cause them to kind of be a stumbling block to them. And that's what I saw. Now, am I discrediting either side's information? No. I love these type of discussions, but when emotions get high, we get nowhere. And I think where we have been going lately with you and myself and different people in the community, that we're able to have these conversations and it's not as emotional. And I see us going back into this emotional state where no information
is going. So we messing up what already been built.
Yes.
Going backwards to you.
And we're going back into war mode. Why? What is war mode getting us? If we want to talk about DNA, let's do it, but not in an emotional stand. If you're emotional, let's sit back and have a sidebar conversation where the world does not see and kind of come to the conclusion that, okay, you make sense. This is how we're going to do it in front of everybody. Because again, right now, we're in a state where people are able to talk now. We get interesting with each other because we like to joke. We like to be silly. But ultimately, I see us coming back out of war, and I'm trying to keep us from going into that again. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was trying to do. And people are taking it as you jumped in and trying to stop the discussion. The discussion wasn't going anywhere. And we got to be honest. It was getting to the point where people getting ready to slander in each other. Somebody got to have enough maturity to say, stop, y'all. This ain't getting anywhere. And that's what I saw.
What do you think about the whole science? What do you think about the thing that I said? Maybe a scientist or two should come on that don't have anything to do with anything, but they do this for a living.
Yeah,
I think the university, that teaching CD that have worked for CDC or something, written peer-reviewed articles. You think that'll be good?
Yeah, I think that would be. It would be good.
Hold on, what they said?
I think.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm trying to read this. Go ahead. Oh, you. I don't know. You said you were outside, right?
No, I'm actually. Yeah, I was outside. I'm almost to Memphis. I'm trying to get home, but I mean, I can talk for a second. But I think the experts would be good to bring on and have that conversation. But what
because I remember on the Tell You brother saying that he said that they just wanted to answer something that they're not really even experts in it. But I don't forget how he said something about how he got into it. They just wanted to answer or explain something, but that's not really what they do. But you do agree that there's some other brothers in the community and all they do is DNA videos. Mm-hmm. And I guess they would be considered the experts in that sense. But
yeah, yeah, you talking about Yeshua and all of them?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I mean they've done their research, but as you
know, Yeshua is not no expert. Would you consider Ron Dalton an expert?
I would say that talks the most in this community. I'm not saying that write peer-reviewed articles, worked in the CDC or something, not like that. That's how I'm saying.
I wouldn't even use expert. I'd just be layman or something. I'm not expert.
G kind of being special right now. See, this is what happened. No, I'm just playing. But I mean, these are the people that talk about it the most. You got Yeshua, you got Ron Dalton, you got Hebrew, the Israel, you had Teo and them. They were talking about it for a little bit. You had everybody talking about DNA. Is the conversation of any value? Yeah, because everybody doing their research, reading the peer reviews, and doing all the good stuff they need to do as far as research. Those conversations are not bad. And that's what I'm trying to say. The conversation itself is not bad. What's bad is when emotions get in the way and the conversation goes out the window and it turns into a slander contest. That's where we got to stop.
I agree. Somebody said it's about, my sister said, it's about asking questions. People take stuff the wrong way on their own. Yeah. So you do. Yeah. Questions.
I don't think Moore was going to do that. I think Kelly Richard. I mean, whoever that was up there arguing with him, they known for doing that. So they was going to take it there with him. Moore usually don't do that. That's why he was telling him, "You're not going to try to overtalk me on my panel," or because he wasn't letting them talk. He was unmuting his mic and was letting them finish. And so still, did we ever even get to the question, or did questions get answered? Nah, because these brothers start getting really emotional and don't want to answer questions. Yeshua, he does the same thing because he did it with Ron Dalton. And Ron Dalton does it. When they know that they're cornered in, they're going to start kicking people out of the room, over-talking people to where even a sister from Africa had to tell him, "Hey, brother Ron, can you let the brother talk and finish his statements? Because people want to learn." You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And you causing them not to learn. So I think that's what's right. Moore was gonna do that with them. He really wanted to get that some genuine answers and wanted to get some questions in. They ain't gonna let him do that though.
The only problem with that G-Con is this: emotions was high before the conversation started.
But like my sister said, they were talking for an hour good. They were talking, it started getting high an hour later into the conversation.
Yeah, they started. But the thing is, the conversation prior to, because when I looked at it later, because I had to kind of look at it and see how did we end up here. That's what's crazy that I saw at the beginning of it. When you're emotional and you're mad and y'all already going back and forth at each other in a Facebook post, then y'all finna take it to YouTube. It's gonna that same energy is gonna follow. And when I saw the video, I said the energy was there at the very beginning, and I said this is when you get to these heated discussions. Y'all need to stop and talk on the side, have a conversation on the side, because I can understand if it was a legitimate, hey, more, because Teo has been on Moore's channel before. And it was never heated. It was just a simple conversation. This isn't Teo's first time being on Moore's channel. This is the second time. This is why I'm saying something happened before they got here. And when I saw the post, I said, oh, they was already on 10. They already on 10. They was going to be on 10 on the live. And that's why I said that. And again, I'm not trying to control. People are grown. They can do whatever they want to do. But yet and still, I saw what was about to happen. And it was not going to be a good conversation. But so both parties was already on 10. Because even Moore was so mad that he brought up what happened with Cats. And I'm like, what does it have to do with your conversation with Yacoba?
Yeah, I think he should have brought that up because
but you bring it up with the parties you need to talk to.
No.
Listen. Let me make my point.
No, that was open.
Why Adam smoking?
It's open. It's an open conversation, but how can you address a question to someone that does not have the answer to it? Majors needs to be the one that they ask their question to. I can't address what Majors did. Yacoba can't answer the question of what Majors did. Majors has to stand before the people and talk about what he did. So addressing it and bringing it out into the open, okay, bring it out into the open. But how are we gonna get anywhere with that?
No. What he said was, he said that he didn't want it to be no Richard Katz type of demonstration. So that's why he said he's not allowing that to go down in our communities. So that's why he brought that up, because he didn't want that to be. He wants to put out the truth, and he don't want nobody, no Richard Katz moment to where somebody putting this stuff out and it's just not true, because it's not healthy for the community at all. It really makes it bad. So that's why he said that. It wasn't that he was putting that on the brother. He was just telling him, "Nah, we just ain't trying to do that." You know what I'm saying? And so I think that he raised.
And I wasn't saying that he was putting it on Yacoba. I was saying that he brought it up. And when you bring that type of conversation up, which already people are tense about, that's going to add more tension to the conversation. Stick with the conversation in hand. Don't bring up the Cats. It should have stuck to the y'all know I'm going to tear the word up. Haplotype. So what does Cats have to do with the E to F haplotype? He ain't got nothing to do with it. But bringing that up just added more attention to it. And I was like, yep, we getting ready to go here.
Go
ahead.
I will say this. I will say that if it's getting to a point to where you having a conversation with somebody and it's going to fire them up in a sense, and that y'all been fellowshipping prior to, then maybe you shouldn't have the conversation. That's the only thing I can say. But at the same time, if you're looking even in the comments right here, they saying it was more that really he gets to snapping. And then if you look at it, they said that Teo actually brought up the Cats first. And so he gets to snap. Not more, I'm sorry. It was Teo that got the snapping. And Moore basically was like, hold on, brother, if you're getting offended because I'm going to ask a question. So when it get to that point, then you get to the point to where I ain't going to talk about it. Like when I get in front of my Calvinist friends and I know that they get offended when I get to saying stuff about Calvinism, I'm just not going to bring it up, you know what I'm saying, when I'm in front of them. But as long as I'm on the air race and I'm in front of everybody else, and the truth got to be told, and I'm going to speak on it, you know what I'm saying? And so if they just need to cut the TV off or whatever. But if I'm in front of them, or if I know they on my panel, we on the same panel, then I ain't gonna do it, you know what I'm saying? So I think that should have been this situation if that's the case. But I don't think that that's how Moore felt that it was. He felt that he was bringing out some information, or else he wouldn't have had him up there if he felt like he was gonna get offended, you know what I'm saying?
But the fence was already there. That's my whole point. The fence was already on the floor walking onto the live. They had already got into it within Facebook. So what you're going to do is take that same energy from on Facebook and put it on YouTube. That's where I would have thought that, because I'm not taking sides, because people are like saying, you're taking Yacoba's side. I'm not taking anybody's side. I'm taking the side of truth to say truth couldn't have went forth yesterday because already tension was on the floor. Everybody was mad because I was very interested in what each party had to say.
So you do agree the conversation got to go on?
Oh yeah, oh definitely.
You do agree the conversation got to be, the conversation's already, you agree publicly?
I think it needs to be a conversation right now, either to cool, either.
Hold on a minute, Sister E. This is for you.
You gonna ask me a question?
Hold on a minute. The UA got PhD in being condescending. Sister E, stay away from that. More orthodox. More ain't no urban apologist. Go ahead, Sister E.
That's so funny. I can say right. They're gonna say. I'm not saying the person you just posted, but I'm looking in the chat. So. And people, regardless of what I say, I know I'm gonna have enemies if I say right, if I say wrong. It doesn't matter. But with that being said, I think these people, until cooler heads prevail, they need to step back. If other people have these conversations, I think it'll be good. I think right now putting more and putting Yacoba, and now keep in mind now, these are two Israelites. So I'm not sitting here taking up for an Israelite against the UA community. These are two Israelites going at each other's throats. I think right now, until they can get cooler, till cooler heads can prevail, other people need to have this dialogue. But right now, everybody's so mad and pissed off at each other. It's like, how are we going to get any information? How are the people going to get information? Everybody is trying to be heard, but they don't know how to be heard. They don't know how to talk. They don't know how. And again, in this world called YouTube, we know people get heated. We know we go into one of these tangents. But right now, we're in a state where people are trying to have conversations. People are trying to have cool heads. And what we're doing is just bringing back this tension again, which I don't think we need to do.
Okay. Anybody else? I'm going to put the link out there if anybody wants to share anything. Sister E, are you willing to spearhead that thing if we were to try to start a fundraiser?
I can't
to
do
get
no
to get to
I am a
get to
horrible
scientists.
fundraiser. You better get a person who's a better fundraiser than me. That ain't my calling, honey. We
That
have
ain't your
$2. Fundraising.
Well, no. I'll
me.
put it out there. And they can send it to you, or they can because we just want someone to pay the scholars. We want a team of people, 2 or 3 people, to look for people that specialize in DNA that have nothing. We're not schooling them on the history of argument back and forth. We're not using the term Black Hebrew Israelite, to drag them into none of this stuff.
Yeah, we can talk about the semantics. I'm good with that. We can do that. That's not an issue.
Okay. All right. That's good. All right. Anything else? I wanted to play the rest of this so they can hear the rest of this, and then we're gonna. I did. Ron, you wanted to say anything? You good?
No, that's all good. I'm just listening. Go ahead.
All right. Maybe she. Hold on. You said Memphis? You going home?
Yeah, I'm going home because I gotta go do something for work. I
thought you going to the funeral?
Whose funeral? No, I'm going home because I got some training I gotta do for work.
Oh, okay. No, Dolph died. Dolph died down there around your mom and them.
Yeah, he did, and that's another conversation.
Hey, yo, that's a whole nother thing. I hope they ain't arrest. What's that young fool name? That dude is a fool. Oh my goodness! I think they.
No.
Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna find out. What's going on. It's always something. Pray for Memphis. I told y'all, there's some fools down there. And they got y'all just ride around with. I don't know. I'm talking about big ones. Everybody. Yep. I'm like, Lord have mercy. At least black folk are. And cops pulling them overseas in the car can't even do nothing about it. They done changed the laws up to y'all don't need no permit, no light. It's getting ready to be you thought it was a zoo before?
As soon as I get a chance, I'm getting back on that highway to head back to the DMV.
So you just down there for a few days?
I'm gonna be there for this training gonna go on for the next couple of weeks because some stuff going on at work. But I mean, I'll be there for a little bit and then I'm head on back home though, because I'm already on 10 coming to Memphis. I'm bracing myself.
Man. It is what it is. Hold on a minute. Second Exodus, what's going on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to overcomplicate anything. The DNA, there's plenty of experts on the internet and peer review papers that talk about how haplogroups work. It's simply going from one parent to the next parent of that same sex. So if you're a mother and you have a daughter, those daughters are going to pass down mitochondrial DNA. If you're a father, you're passing down the Y chromosome DNA. Y is what make you a boy. So every boy is going to pass down their father's DNA. What we're simply saying is that the haplogroup, the E group, that was found in Israel. It's not that difficult. So whoever the father is from Israel, who that father passed down E to the rest of his descendants. It has nothing to do with what you look like. That's why.
So this is my thing. So from what you said, that's leaning towards more. That's leaning towards who? What the brother from Genesis 49 is saying?
He's Genesis 49ers and Abu are absolutely correct. Okay. That's how haplogroups work. I have a science background. I don't like to brag or talk, but I have to just to let people know that I am. No, you have. Some people who do not have the same haplogroup do not like what they're hearing. If I had haplogroup J and somebody was saying haplogroup E is Israelite, but then
I got to argue my way out of that because I want to.
Yeah, I have to argue.
Right, hold on.
Yeah, Second Exodus got some splaining to do, don't he, Boo? He got some splaining to do, don't he, Boo? So yeah, you can see there to where the story changed in a day. And what's interesting about this is that I didn't get a phone call, a text message, nothing, right? So I'm saying on my channel that I want to talk to Teo and whatnot, and Pastor Kelly and whatnot, Benai, all them on her channel and whatnot. And she's literally saying when we're talking, I agree. But then she goes the next day. Again, she's all about go behind closed doors. You know what I'm saying? Talk to people, etc. I didn't get that. She didn't call me. She didn't text me. She went on a whole nother channel, started talking about me. Started talking about I was angry, and falsely accused me of bringing up cats to Teo and them, to the Teo twins. And I brought up cats to her. They brought up cats in the post that they tagged me in. So on the one hand, this is that double-mindedness I'm talking about. On the one hand, she wants people to deal with this thing behind closed doors, and is telling me, well, yeah, if people don't do it, they refuse to do behind closed doors, yeah, go out and teach in the public. That's what she's telling me on my channel. But we need to do this behind closed doors. That's what she's telling me on my channel. But won't come talk to me behind closed doors when she has an issue. The next day she goes to Bereans and starts saying stuff about me that's not factual, and making claims about me, about my emotional state, etc. Which you can watch the video. Was I angry? No. Was I setting people up? Definitely not. Definitely not. So that's the 21st, right? So the 20. So after that, let me do this right quick. Let me cue this up. Let me cue this up. Let me see. Where are we at? So after this, I literally hit up Sister E, right? I see her go on there. And I was like, wait, that wasn't cool. That wasn't cool. Hold on, I see you, Bree. There you go. I see you, Bree. So I text Sister E this. I got Zaya in the back. That's what's up. Hold on, I'm gonna do this like this right quick. So I text her this on 11/21 at 9:28 p.m. after watching the whole brand thing, right? I said, sis, this is me saying via Matthew 18, 15 through 17, that going on public platforms saying I was on the 10 before the conversation with Tegu and Yakoba, that I was so angry that I brought up cats and that there was contention from the beginning of the conversation was not right. I was definitely not on 10 before the conversation. In point of fact, I have many Israelites that can vouch that I said before I made my video to them, I said I had to wait to be right in my spirit so there would be no contention. If you watch the video in its entirety, which she's never done, by the way, family, she's never ever seen that full video, commented on that full video, or reviewed that full video anywhere. If you watch the video in its entirety, you will see I am not being contentious and am asking for clarity without attacking or insulting anyone. When Teo got at me on Messenger, there was no contention, and he was given a format where they could have as much, it should say uninterrupted time, as they wanted to air out any grievance and correct any misrepresentation of their beliefs. Last but not least, I did not bring up cats. Hold on. They did. In that YouTube community post, they tagged me. Sis, you aren't using even scales right now, and you are coddling conspiracy theory behavior instead of checking the info that comes out on your platform or from you on other platforms. Cats is real, got pushed unchecked on your platform. Again, cats is real, got pushed unchecked on your platform. Tell and Yakoba getting away with provably lying. I should say provably. Getting away with provably lying about DNA and gaslighting other Israelites went unchecked on your channel. You keep finding yourself in a position to defend yourself because the community sees you as picking sides. Or at the very least, is getting the perception that you are picking sides. It should say if here. If you felt you needed to go on Beran's to defend yourself, no issue. There was absolutely no reason to speak on me, particularly when you are the one consistently calling for private conversations. The Bible doesn't say every conversation needs to be private. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. As a community, we all need to go wash 7 times so we can be made useful to Yah. That was my private message to her via Matthew 18. That was my private message to her via Matthew 18. Hold on right quick. Let me say what's up to the panel. Shalom, fam. What's going on with y'all?
Shalom, more.
Shalom. I thought you was almost done with the video, but I can head out since you're not done. I see that you still got more to cover.
Oh, you just came on to talk. You wanted to chill in the background.
Yeah, I can head out. Let
Is there any commentary you want to get right quick?
No, I don't got anything to say right now. I'll let you finish out everything you got, so I don't take up too much time. So,
is there any commentary you want to get right quick, Zaya?
Yep, I do. I said, since y'all say y'all don't know scriptures and all that, I take all the biblical smoke. So, I mean, what's up? I mean, especially if y'all talk Ethiopia. I mean, if y'all really want to get into that, we can get into that. Selassie. So, I mean, y'all was talking all that smack about my brothers. Now, I'm here for all the scriptural stuff, and they can kill you with the DNA and all of that stuff. My brother Moore, my brother Ebri, my brother Yeshu, all yap, yeah. You know, it is what it is, bro. So whenever y'all want to debate, set that up. That's all I got to say, Mo.
I'll be back when you're done with the video, More. When you get close to them.
You got it.
All right, we'll be watching more.
There's Enrique, alleged about something to be one of the rudest, most disrespectful men out there. Yo.
You know it. I am the most disrespectful man to exist. Fear me.
How rude.
Hey, you Dark City's out here, bro.
All right, Shalom, or I'll talk to you when the show's close to 10.
You got it, fam.
All right, more tanks on the ground, toward Knights, Mafia, Yap Jet. I'm out.
Shalom, fam. Rude talking, the Balkan bully talking about he sounds dangerous. Hey, you know, Rude, if you're gonna be the Balkan bully, I'm gonna have to be the Moorish Marauder. You know what I'm saying? The Moorish Marauder in the building. But yeah, so again, so y'all see, this is me getting that Sister E that night. She's not following her own criteria. We're finding that a lot of people on that side aren't following their own criteria. Just like how Abu was able to prove that Tayo and them, when it comes to autosomal DNA, don't follow their own criteria. And if you haven't seen Abu's video, please go watch it. I've got it on this channel. He goes step by step by step by step. He refers to multiple conversations we have on air. He refers to us showing our dead match information, all that type of stuff. But there's a lot of people not following their own criteria right now, and this is one of them. She didn't get at me. I had to get at her. But when I did so via the scrolls. This is her response. I don't do this texting stuff more. If you want to have a convo, you can call me. No worries, sis. Let me see to my uncle, and I will give you a call. It was late at night, and she's closer to the East Coast than I am, so I was trying to be respectful and text her versus call. Not to mention I take care of some elderly people and whatnot. I didn't want to necessarily talk too much. But I let her know what it was. She says, no problem. And so we talked. And I let her know the same thing I said in that text. I was like, I got no issue with you going on to defend yourself. But there was no reason to bring me up. And then she accuses me of being angry again and wanting war with people. I'm like, yo. Why would I? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We start talking about the Tayo situation, then it moves to the cat situation. Because at first she agreed on my show, she agreed to actually go up on her channel, talk with Tayo and them, talk with Pastor Kelly, Benaiah, Major Brown, etc. Or Majors, excuse me, not Major Brown, excuse me, Majors. But on the phone call, she's saying, no, not going to happen. I'm like, why? I was like, do you think cats exist? I thought you said you were the one who was the most mad about cats. So don't you feel like you have the obligation to clear up misinformation that gets put out on your channel? Because Benai Israel went on your channel and said that cats was real. Hold on.
(2016). Yep. So there he is. Richard Katz, PhD, 2016, linguistics. And this was his dissertation. So when you're applying for your doctor, you're doing the dissertation. At least that's what the case was in 2016. So I want people to take a moment, look at it, take it all in. You have just seen Richard Katz, and this is based off of the public information that he himself has released. And we're cross-checking that with the University of Georgia. So we're on the University of Georgia's website. So family, at this point, no one should be bringing up Richard Katz as some sort of fake dude. 2016, yep, so there he is. Richard Katz, PhD, 2016, linguistics. And this was his dissertation. So when you're applying for your doctor, you're doing the dissertation. At least that's what the case was in 2016. So I want people to take a moment, look at it, take it all in. You have just seen Richard Katz, and this is based off of the public information that he himself has released. And we're cross-checking that with the University of Georgia. So we're on the University of Georgia's website. So family, at this point, no one should be bringing up Richard Katz as some sort of fake dude. 2016, yep, so there he is.
Correct. So not only is Benai saying he's real and bringing that on her channel, she's agreeing with it. So I'm saying to her, don't you feel like you have the responsibility to clean that up on your channel, being that it happened on your channel? She says no. Majors is the one who has to answer that question. But Benaya said something on your channel, though. He's not Majors. That's Benaya. That's a whole nother person. Don't you feel like, and you're there saying correct, don't you feel like you need to clear that up? No, I don't. Okay. Do you feel like Katz is real? Now, you heard her say earlier on the premiere I did of the meeting that she had with Ibri and them, which is again a couple of days after that live she was on Barreno with, you know what I'm saying? And she says in that meeting, she's 95% sure that Majors lied. She's 95% sure that Majors lied. She says that a couple days after talking to me. Because again, this conversation me and her have on the 21st. Her and Yap talk on the 23rd. Her, Yap, and Teo sit down and talk on the 23rd without me and Yashub there. By Teo's request. By the Teo twins' request. So on the 23rd, she's telling Yap, I'm 95% sure Majors lied. On the 21st, she's telling me she's not sure. She's not sure if Katz is real or not. I said, really? She said, yeah. I said, you know what, sis? If you feel like Katz is, if you're not sure, I'm not going to press you on it. If the information you've seen and heard doesn't make you convinced, I'm not going to press you on it. And when it came to Kelly, when it came to Benaya, when it came to Tayu, we actually came to an agreement. I said, you know what, sis? If I come on your channel, I won't bring them up since you're not sure. Since you're unsure about the topics I'm talking about, when it comes to DNA, when it comes to the pews, when it comes to the cats, since you're telling me you're not sure, I'm going to take you at your word. I'm not going to bring it up. Don't even worry about it. I'll handle that stuff on my channel. Since you told me if they continue to talk on the topics that I can talk about, I can continue to teach. She says, okay, that's cool. Not a problem. They keep talking about this stuff. Both sides. Particularly when it comes to the pews. I get accused of having an agenda when it comes to the pews because I have the nerve to release anonymous Hebrew going down to the church himself in August of 2019 and playing what his tour guide said, which was that there was a mixture of Arabic and Hebrew on the pews as a trade language. And let's get one thing straight. For all this talk about Abu, when me and Sister E were first talking on the phone, just like you heard with Yap, I was skeptical of Abu too. I thought Abu was a snake, straight up and down. Those were the exact words I used. I know Abu is a snake. That's what I told Sister E when we first started talking, way back in 2020. And as we were talking, she started recognizing. She said, oh, you're our community's version of Abu. And I said, yes. And I'm going to engage Abu directly because he's asking hard questions people aren't answering. And and people not answering the questions is being used by the urban apologists to make us look unintelligent. So I'm going to go engage Abu so we can have an intellectual discussion on this stuff and up the level of the conversation. And wouldn't you know it, when it came to the pews, Abu's first argument was that there was no intelligible language on the pews. Not that there was no Hebrew. Y'all got it twisted. He was saying there was no language on the pews. So all there needed to be was one language proven on the pews to disprove what he was saying. He gave the hypothetical for Arabic, and he did that. And he did that so people could see how you make an actual hypothetical for a language. And you know what's funny? It turned out he was correct. There was Arabic on the pews. You know what's funny? Majors actually called PBS and confirmed himself that there was Arabic on the pews. Confirmed himself that there was Arabic on the pews via Boubacar Diakite from Harvard. You know what's even funnier? I got Abu to agree that even if there was Arabic on the pews, that you couldn't rule out that the Arabic was being used to write Hebrew. And he acknowledged that. Now, instead of that being case closed back at the beginning of the year in 2021, instead of that being case closed, they had to go on a whole damage control tour based upon a PBS documentary that Boubacar Diakite was in, again specifying that there was an Arabic type of writing on the pews. Now, instead of this being end of story, where Abu agrees that even if there's Arabic, it could be used to write Hebrew. I can't rule that out. Instead of it being end of story, no, it had to be a whole bunch of gaslighting. Instead of recognizing that Abu had gotten painting into a scholastic corner about there not being any language on the pews, one, and two, having to accept that there could potentially be Hebrew in the Arabic, depending on what they find, that should have been end of. Whoa, check this out. Even other Christian apologists told me they thought I was wrong about no language appearing on the pews, and they felt the case for Arabic was too strong. 100%. I remember hearing Faith, the one conversation me and Faithful had, that's what he told me. He was like, nah, Abu need to go change that one. I remember Faithful talking about that. Like when Abu said no language, I was like, yo, that's a strong one. And then when he said Arabic, I was like, bro, you know there's going to be Arabic on there. Okay. And then, and the thing about it was I had seen pews that Abu hadn't seen. Like I had there's a pew, the pew that says La ilaha illallah on it, right? Anonymous showed me that pew in August of 2019, the day he was there. And I literally told him, I was like, check this out. A blind Muslim can tell you that says Allah on that pew. So Abu was saying the whole Arabic thing. I was like, bro, I don't know if you've seen the pew, bro. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to like poke no fun. I don't know what he had access to, right? And so after a while, the more he looked at stuff, the more he was like, oh yeah, he saw that pew. He was like, oh, this could say La ilaha illallah on it. And then you know what? Boubacar Diakite said the same thing. It said that's what it says, La ilaha illallah. Then there was another pew that said Muhammad Rasulullah. Abu was saying, indeed, I can confirm Faithful disagree with me and felt the case for Arabic was too strong. Yup, 100%. So check this out. So again, on the 21st, we have this discussion. No beef. I'm not yelling at her. I'm not disparaging. I'm not telling her what to do with the channel. The moment she says that she feels she's not sure if cats is real or not, I pause. I'm like, okay, if you're unsure, I'm not going to push you. Not going to push you. All right. I'm not going to push you. And we make an agreement. If I come on your channel again, I'm not going to deal with the whole with cats, not going to deal with the pews, not going to deal with DNA, deal with other stuff. We make that agreement on the 21st. And it's understood. If people keep talking about the pews, people keep talking about DNA. Like she said on my channel, when I asked her, what do you do? What do you do if people refuse to have the conversations behind closed doors but keep talking in public? She said, well, you got to keep teaching. And teach the truth of it, she said. And so that's what I kept doing. She knows that when I reached out to Kelly, and then when me and Kelly were talking, that he switched up on me. I didn't switch up on him. She knows that I kept trying to keep it cool with him and hoping that they would recognize, you know what? We don't have to be afraid of there being Arabic on here because that was a lingua franca of West Africa. That doesn't mean people have to be Muslims. That just means that was a writing language. That's all it was. And you know what? There could be Hebrew and the Arabic. Like the tour guides down at First African Baptist Church actually say. But that doesn't get examined. Didn't matter how many scholars Abu got a hold of. Didn't matter how many scholars I got a hold of. Real ones whom we showed. When I got a hold of scholars saying, no, that's not so the thread on the pews, why was that fake? Why didn't that get looked at? But we're in a situation where we're defending people who make up maps. We're defending people who don't show you all their DNA information and cut it off and clip off stuff. We're defending people who make false accusations about people when they come on their channel or whatnot and can't answer basic questions about stuff. We're defending people, again, making up whole fake scholars, fam. And people asking sincere questions can't get their questions answered. Doesn't make sense. I spent a whole year trying to build with this crew. I still don't got no beef with this crew. I'm being told I can't even call them sis. Show me when I wasn't being your brother. And show me when you were being show me when you were treating me like I was your brother by following your own rules, because you didn't. You know I didn't mistreat the Teo twins. You know I didn't set them up. You know I wasn't angry with them. And you know, like you said, that I have a non-biased platform. Hold on, I'm gonna let you say it yourself. Because if we're going to be in front of the people saying that these things are true or not true, we need to correct this for the people or bring them to proper understanding on things, like I was trying to do for them. I gave them the respect of, let's walk through what you're saying got mischaracterized, because I don't want you to get mischaracterized. More interviews, everybody on their positions, every Christians, Israelites, it doesn't matter. So everyone can get their position clearly put out there.
Yep.
I interviewed them before on this same exact topic. And I'm asking questions that I have from that first interview. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep, I agree. I think you have a platform that's very non-biased when it comes to conversations, because we ask those hard questions.
Right.
You have a platform that's very non-biased when it comes to conversations, because we ask those hard questions. You have a platform that's very non-biased when it comes to conversations, because we ask those hard questions.
Right. So help me understand. Just help me understand. And help me understand why I didn't get a phone call or a text message from you when you're telling me that's the principle, that's the standard. Because right now it's the double standard that nobody should respect. If we're going to claim to be Israel, we need to claim a higher standard. Like Sean said, if we're going to claim to be family, we belong to each other. We're all we got in that situation. Accountability is all we got in that situation. So again, this is the 21st, right? That I sent her that text and we have this phone call. 23rd, they have that conversation with that meeting that me and Yeshub aren't allowed to come to, of which it was proven that Yeshub was not there, of which there's been no apology to yet. We make the agreement. And then she goes back on her channel talking about the people were trying to use her channel to attack people, when nothing could be further from the truth. And starts making the false accusations that people were trying to use her channel for such, right? And then starts talking about the youth and the elders and all kind of stuff. Like she wants to lump me up with the youth. And then says that Dante is an elder, yet I'm older than Dante. Sis, you only got a few years on me. I got sisters your age. We got people in Yap that are 56 that you were disrespecting. Like y'all heard Sean on that call, Sean on that live with me just there, right? You see him in the background there. She's claiming that he's not being an elder. Sean's the one in the background leading the charge, saying we need to have these conversations behind closed doors. He wanted to do the same thing with Benai Israel. Nothing came back. So Benai wouldn't sit down. They wouldn't sit down. Not with all of us. Me and Shu couldn't be there. And Sister E saying that's her being the peacemaker. That's her being the peacemaker. It's her sitting down at a meeting where me and Yeshub aren't allowed to be there. But that's peace? That's looking for being the peacemaker? How? Explain that. How does that make sense to anybody? It's, why isn't she pulling up telling you a couple? No, Yeshub and Moore need to be there. Wasn't she just telling me on my channel, hey, Moore, y'all should have got at me. I would have made, if they don't want y'all there, I'd call them and make sure that you're there. That's not what happened. What happened was y'all had a meeting without me and Yeshub there, and you talked about me and Yeshub anyway, without us even being there. That's not how the Torah goes, fam. And that's why I said to you, I got no issue doing a council thing as long as the Torah is at the center of the thing. As long as people aren't doing this to protect their own popularity. Because then we're clout chasing. I'm not in for that. Like I said on my video, when Israel clout chases, not a good thing. I don't want any part of that. I want a part of the kingdom building. You keep hearing me say this concept over and over again. If you got the nerve to raise your hand and say that you're Israel, that means that you're volunteering for the hardest job in the world. You're trying to be the representative of the Most High in his ways, being a light to your people and to the nations. That's not clout chasing. That's getting your hands dirty, fam. That's doing thankless tasks and being happy about it. That's being accountable to each other. Like we belong to each other. Like Sean said, that's not being an elder, sis. Being the best blocking fullback for people who are in their 50s who can't conduct themselves like basic adults. Like they got no home training? When they're getting pulled up by people younger than them with respect, with love, trying to help them get to a different place in their information, we're going to protect them on that. And we're going to attack the people who know what time it is on stuff. How is that a good example? How is that the format that we're given in the scrolls to follow? It's not. God is not the author of confusion, and we avoid confusion with accountability. With accountability. You don't get to say we're elders, and so we got to follow things a certain way, but you don't follow them rules. And that you're not accountable to following those rules. That's not how it works. Show me anyone in Israel in the scrolls who was exempt from the Torah. I'll wait. You show me where the king was exempt from the Torah. The king had to write his own Torah with his own hand. Nobody's exempt from this thing. We're all accountable. We're all accountable. And one thing you need to be accountable to, sis, is this false claim you put on me about the fact that I somehow set up the Tail twins, that I Jedi mind tricked them into giving a bad answer on a question. And we could all see what it was. Teu knows less about DNA than Yakoba. Knows far less. And it's obvious. Teo got caught up. Yakoba tried to protect him. Yakoba got too caught up in his emotions. And when it was just Teu there, he still couldn't answer the real basic questions on DNA. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, there was a time I couldn't do that. I had to study it myself. And you know what I did? I went to a young man younger than me. I humbled out and asked people younger. Yeshua is younger than me. Yeshua is 9 years younger than me. Ibri is 16 years younger than me. I might have that math off, but he's a damn sight younger than me. They'll tell you I've had no issue coming to them and asking them certain questions on certain aspects of DNA that I didn't know. Humbly. There should be no issue with anybody claiming to be an elder humbly learning from somebody who's younger than them in the same community, who humbly wants to teach them what they don't know and what they're getting wrong. Sharing information shouldn't be an insult. Making sure the so-called elders aren't unintentionally misleading the people, that shouldn't be a so-called insult. It becomes an insult when they're intentionally misleading the people. Because it's not really an insult. It's, oh, you're lifting the skirt. Oh, you're shining the light on the thing. People are going to see what time it is. And people are seeing the hustle. People are seeing that, like Teo and Yakoba claim to be expert level on DNA. And like that Yap misreads papers, but won't walk us through any papers we misread. These are people who literally fabricate papers. Fabricate them. No accountability. Since they can cuss out a young man on your channel, not too much older than your daughter, and it's fine, no reprimand. The whole time this is going on, they're on Facebook making and on YouTube making accusations about my religion and my religious beliefs, saying that I don't claim to follow the Messiah of the Bible. Sister E knows this to be false. She knows for a fact that I, and Yehukanon had conversations back in 2020 where I'm talking to her about my beliefs. up front so she can understand what it is. And I tell her 100% that Jesus is my Messiah, that I believe he died on the cross and rose from the dead. She says nothing about this. Again, after she has her conversation with the App Gang, she goes on her channel, starts talking about me, starts talking about the youth and all these other people and whatnot. After again, at the end of that meeting, they agree that Yap is going to talk about that Yap's field is DNA, and that they'll actually refer people to Yap when it comes to DNA, and that Teo won't talk about DNA, won't teach on DNA. Of which they broke that deal multiple times. Multiple times. And Yap was allowed to clap on them if they broke that deal. So we see them breaking their deals. Now check out this deal that me and E had. Again, I'm telling her, you know what, since you're unsure, I'm not going to press you on that. I can understand that. Since you're unsure, I'm not going to bring the pews up. I'm not going to bring up DNA in terms of Teo and Yakoba, because I literally go in there to talk about why DNA. About Lemba DNA all day. But here's what's interesting, fam. She says this is the incident where she lost it with me. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. So this is what the issue was, fam. So on December 21st, I released this video of Anonymous giving me audio from him being down there at the church, First African Baptist Church, and his tour guide speaks about there being Hebrew and Arabic mixed on the pews in terms of a mixed language. And that's on the 21st of 2021. I tag everyone and their mother in this joint. No antagonism, nothing crazy, no agenda other than getting the truth out there, right? In August of 2019, my good brother Anonymous Hebrew went down to the First African Baptist Church in Savannah, Georgia. The narrative that his tour guide gave about the language on the pews was that of Hebrew, Arabic, and a mixed language of Hebrew and Arabic. I tag everybody, including We Woke Now, etc., right? He wants to get touchy in the post and act brand new, like we don't know each other, like we ain't been talking for a hot minute, like he didn't ask to get my phone up, like he didn't ask me to get a hold of him. And says, please don't tag me in any of your videos, and please don't include me in any of your discussions. You're entitled to have discussions on the pews as well as any other history regarding the church in Savannah, but do it without including me in them. I have never tagged you in any of my posts. I've never mentioned your name in any discussions I've had on any subject. And so please extend the same courtesy. Now, this is a lie. I've never mentioned your name in any discussions I've had on any subject. That's everyone who's seen my videos on the topic know that that's been provably false. So he provably lied there. My response: no worries. I have no issue not tagging you. However, are you really going to act like you didn't give me your number and ask me to call you? Are you going to act like we didn't have we haven't had many peaceful conversations on the pews? Are you really going to act like you didn't accept an invitation to come on Debate Talk for You just like Benai did, then backed out because of the PBS documentary? Are you going to act like you didn't say privately and publicly that Arabic could be on the pews, then completely switched up and said privately that you're not going to tell me that a verse from the Quran is in the church is in that church, and publicly said there is no Arabic on the pews, which absolutely no scholarship with absolutely no scholarship to explain the change in your stance? Are you going to act like you have in any way backed up your public claims on social media and in documentaries being sold to the people that I can say with authority that there is cursive Hebrew on the pews, or all have confirmed cursive Hebrew on the pews? Are you going to keep acting like I didn't privately ask you to not make definitive claims about without citations, and to focus on the potential Ethiopian connection to the church, so we could focus on pointing to a connection to the East African side of the transatlantic slave trade? Are you really going to act like I didn't ask you to just concede the argument of Arabic on the pew, so there would be no argument of any language on any pew, and we could then focus on the many other examples of Semitic languages you said you had but have never shown? Are you really going to act like you didn't agree to share your images with me and Benaiah, so that all three of us could do monthly dialogues on any findings, etc.? Are you really going to act like I wasn't 100% interested in trying to find a potential Semitic trade language framed within the 9 patch using the individual letters found on the pews? Are you really going to act like Arabic being on any pew negates the possibility of Hebrew being found on the pews? Are you really going to act like or even Hebrew being written in Arabic? Are you really going to act like you have given an adequate response to the information being made publicly by Gullah activist Amir Jamal Toure and others like Sylviane Diouf, which cite London, a Mandingo slave in Savannah, Georgia, that wrote the Gospel of John in Gullah Creole using the Arabic script in 1884? Are you really going to act like this tour guide in August of 2019 didn't say Hebrew and Arabic and a mixture both were on the pews? Are you really going to act like your cousin didn't contact producers of the PBS documentary and get confirmation that Boubacar Diakite did in fact translate Arabic phrases on the pews? Are you really going to act like you don't know that I think there is Hebrew on the pews, and I've been trying to get every potential language looked at more carefully for the progeny of the slave trade here in America? I get it, fam. I'm bad for business. But how are all these unchecked declarations good for the people? How is all the gaslighting fair when your scholarship is scrutinized, but you want to act like you can definitively scrutinize work done by others? The sad part is everyone knows what to expect. You won't answer a single question, and you will attempt a very poorly executed crafty council playbook trying to paint me as some sort of treacherous Muslim in league with the Catholics. Peace and blessings. Now, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. Goes on to say this. He says, I can emphatically say I've never expressed privately to you and to anyone that there is, or even a possibility there's Arabic writing on the pews and other areas within the church, because it's not. Your lengthy overreaching, throw everything you can at the wall to see what sticks over the top response clearly is an indicator of your agenda and bruised egos. Agenda and bruised egos. Observation: gaslighting and your thumbnail of this video is a clear indicator of your and others' agenda. If you, again, I'm being accused of having an agenda at this juncture, right? I don't need to get into the rest of this because y'all seen me talk about this ad nauseum. I'm not trying to make this about the pews. I'm trying to make this about what really happened that made Sister E not want to deal with more anymore. What was it really? So again, you see the dates on this. Y'all see the dates on this 7 months ago, right? December 21st, 2021, right? Y'all see the dates on it. And this is the prerogative thumbnail I got, right? This is my agenda with the thumbnail. Somehow this doesn't go together with the title, which is obviously showing an agenda, right? Let me go through this right quick. So here's the issue. Moore makes a video saying PSA, why the pews aren't going away. Cloud Chasers versus Kingdom Builders, the 24th. I want y'all to see this, 24th, 2021. Guess who's in the chat? Sister E's in the chat. Sister E's in the chat. And in this video, I address all the claims that Kelly writes to me in that post that I made, right? That I tag everyone in. I'm not talking no stuff. This is just sharing information, scholastic information as to what is being said by the people who give tours at the church. Let's find out what else is said there, right? So Sister E got a whole lot to say right here. Again, just like in the previous videos, where she's critiquing my stuff, trying to tell me that hey, I'm not wrong on the video and I didn't do anything wrong, but wants to say I'm mad and all kinds of stuff elsewhere. She comes in late. Look at this, fam. So in a 5-hour video, she comes in at 4:35 with her first comment in a 5-hour. So she's late again. 4.5 hours late to the info of where I'm going through all the claims and breaking down all the info. She jumps all over that, jumps away from that. She's there for less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. And look at what she has to say in those 10 minutes. At first, she says she's telling Ramayahu to be careful of Hebrew Israelism. He insults a lot of us. I think he's faithful to God or someone from the UA community. They have known to create fake accounts. Okay, cool. Not talking to me. Now she's talking to me. More. Cursive Hebrew was on the pews way before Arabic became a talking point. So now she's defending cursive Hebrew and the Sola Trail claim by Benaiah, by Majors, and by Pastor Kelly. And again, I'm wrong for saying that there's Arabic and Hebrew on the pews in any way, shape, or form. At this juncture, me and Abu have gone through this stuff concerning the Arabic, and Majors himself has confirmed via his own research in contacting PBS that in fact there was Arabic on the pews. So says an African scholar from Harvard and Mali who translated such. For years, the church said cursive Hebrew. Now watch this. Is it the issue not receive the Islam? That's what she said directly. What she means to say, is it an issue that people did not receive the Islam? That the Israelites didn't receive Islam? That like I'm trying to push it on the people. Just like Barin said the other night on his live, that he got an email saying, don't let Moore up, because Moore's trying to push Islam on the people. Then she says, I'm out. Moore, I lost all respect for you. You are creating division. No need to block me. I am leaving. So via our agreement, I'm allowed to talk on my channel when people aren't addressing stuff privately. That's what she was telling me, yeah? And true to form, Maji comes out in the first of a bunch of, what is it? The Blatant Liars was like a 3-4 part episode of the Crafty Council. Just a few days later, where he's trying to lump me, Abu and Garfield together as some secret cabal trying to go against them. And again, at the beginning of the year, Abu had already been painted in the corner. A, if Arabic's on the pews, there's writing on the pews. And B, even if there is Arabic on the pews, he can't rule out there being Hebrew. Check and mate. But that wasn't good enough. And for me doing that, and for me saying that there was a trade language between Hebrew and Arabic, I'm pushing Islam on the community. Nah. As a matter of fact, let's go check this narrative right quick. Let's go check this narrative. Let's go check this narrative. Ironically, check this out. This is what E says on the same live where Benaiah says cats is real and she says correct. This is what E says on the same live.
So it shows the whole history of Islam. And that's why I tell people, I said, we have to be careful with Islam because that's the slave catchers' belief system.
Yeah.
It was the Muslim community that was doing majority of the slave trading with the Europeans.
Yep.
You know, so it shows the whole history of Islam. And that's why I tell people, I said, we have to be careful with Islam because that's the slave catchers' belief system. Europeans came into play later and was like, this is, you know, they came in. I really believe, based off of some of the stuff that y'all taught, that they didn't know anything until Portuguese got into Portugal got into it, and the Spaniards got into it.
Right.
But it was still with a deal with the Moors, which were the Muslims.
Yep.
So the Muslims actually taught them.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why when people say they are Islam, I'm just like, when I hear black people say that I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Europeans came into play later and was like, this is, you know, they came in. I really believe, based off of some of the stuff that y'all taught, that they didn't know anything until Portuguese got into Portugal got into it, and the Spaniards got into it.
Right.
But it was still with a deal with the Moors, which were the Muslims.
Yep. Yep.
So the Muslims actually taught them.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why when people say they are Islam, I'm just like, when I hear black people say that I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
So that was said in April of 2021. Islam is the religion of the slave catcher, and that whenever I hear somebody say that they're Islam, like a black person, I'm like, wow. Now we have to be careful with that stuff, right? So this is at the time period where Moore's going in on some of this stuff and trying to clear up a lot of this stuff. And so we saw this happen with Taylor and Yacoba. The same thing happened with them. They want to start talking about me on some like, oh, see, he can't be an Israelite because he's a Muslim, etc., 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 whatnot, or he does with the Quran. Etc. It becomes this thing. I got to discredit the person. I can't deal with the information. I got to discredit the person. Consistent argument. 100% consistent argument. Literally, before this, me and Sister E had already had the conversation about my beliefs. What I believe. How I believe it. And she had no issue with what I had to say. None whatsoever. I went on Dante's channel. Told the whole community about my belief system. And didn't push the Quran on a single person. I never pushed the Quran on people, ever. particularly Israelites, because the Quran says not to. The Quran says that the Israelites are supposed to use the Torah and the Injil as the book to judge with. And what's interesting about this is during this whole time period, Benaiah and Kelly got this whole narrative that Muslims didn't come over on the slave trade. And I'm telling people, no, there was a lot of Israelites that converted to Islam that came over. Some forcibly, some non. And that's why we should be looking for a trade language of a mixture of Hebrew and Arabic. And why when we found one, it made a lot of sense. And yes, we did find one, fam. Yes, we did find one. Or elements of one. But it should be there. Particularly because of people like this. Check this out, fam.
Because what you'll find is like on one of these guys, he actually went to he took some slaves, he took them to the market and sold them. On his way back from selling the brews, he got snatched.
Oh wow.
And literally it's almost the same thing with Omar Saeed, because they'll tell you that he went to sell something. Like they won't tell you like who he snatched, but you know, he went to sell something, and then on his way back from selling something, he got snatched.
Oh wow. And that's
you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, because what you'll find is like on one of these guys, he actually went to he took some slaves, he took them to the market and sold them. On his way back from selling the brews, he got snatched.
Oh wow.
And literally it's almost the same thing with Omar Saeed, because they'll tell you that he went to sell something. Like they won't tell you like who he snatched, but you know, he went to sell something, and then on his way back from selling something, he got snatched.
Oh wow. And that's
you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because what you
So right there, Benai makes a sweeping claim about Omar ibn Said, a Fulani man in South Carolina who writes an autobiography in Arabic and paints him as a slave catcher and a slave trader. Doesn't provide any proof of such, but says he was going to sell something. Now you can find what he says he was selling in his own words, in his own language. He literally tells you. Literally tells you. But Benai makes the claim that he's this slave catcher. And what's hilarious is when you watch the Reclaiming the Throne movie, they actually make the claim that Benai is in the same episode he's in. As a matter of fact, right before his part, they actually claim that Omar ibn Said, some say he came from Israelites that converted to Islam. And so when it's convenient for them, Israelites converted to Islam. When it's convenient for them, Muslims can be Israelites. And what's even more interesting is that Omar ibn Said, when he came over to the Americas, he was documented as being able to be literate in Hebrew and Arabic. Hebrew and Arabic. So he was potentially of an Israelite descent that converted to Islam and knew Hebrew and Arabic. Those things can be hinted at in a documentary you got to pay for. Here, he's got to be made a slave catcher following the slave catcher's religion, and that the Moors made a deal with the Portuguese to enslave West Africans with no verification. Not a particular Moorish king, particular tribe, people, nothing. Moor is a broad term, like my man Elkim said. Moor was synonymous with Negro until the 16th, 17th century. Check this out, fam. We're going to go here with it, yeah? We're going to go here with it. I'm freestyling right now. Freestyling. Freestyling. Share my screen, going back and forth. So, again, during this whole time period, Tayyip starts shooting. What in the world is an Islamic Israelite? Messianic Muslim, still a heathen. You don't see the Prophet of Israel marrying a 6-year-old girl, but Muhammad married one and had sex with her at 9 years old. All this stuff that casts aspersions on me. I'm the only person in the community that calls himself an Islamic Israelite or a Messianic Muslim. The only one. The only one. So when these public posts are happening, is Sister E jumping in there saying, don't say that about Moore? Moore told me he believes in the Messiah. Moore told me he believes in the death, burial, and resurrection. Moore told me he debates Muslims on this. You know what's even crazier, family? Yeah, Sister, didn't I tell you on the phone with Huguenot that Jesus was my Messiah? Sure did. They want to act brand new, like I didn't do a whole show with Dante talking about my belief system and how I don't force the Quran on anybody. And I think for Israelites, it's only really going to be good for like a secondary historical claim on our texts. So it's two cultures claiming the same thing. So it becomes a secondary witness. But guess who's there? Shalom, family. Great info. Sister E. Guess who's also there? Tayu and Yacob. Enjoyed this build. Good to learn more about Orthodox Moor. So these are people who know what I believe. Got to hear it. Gaslighting. Orthodox Moor. I got videos on how child marriage is not allowable via the Quran. You can see me going back and forth with Sunni Muslims about this concept. Explaining how Shia Muslims don't believe that Aisha was 9 years old, that she was 19 or older. Comparing things to the Bible, breaking down the biblical age of marriage, which I promise you, Tayu and Yacoba can't do. And I can walk you straight to it. In the Bible, the age of marriage. Over the age of 17, 18 years old. When I did that show with Dante, in the comment section, Ashonda at large asked me a question. Like, I know y'all see this is July 17th, 2021, right? When I make my response video to Ashonda, right? Because this is after the video with Dante. So this is way before they start making claims about me not being an Israelite because I believe in because I'm an Islamic Israelite, etc. Right? This is way before all that. And Ashonda's wanting to know. She says it's a great interview, and she's wanting to know about what the Quran says about the death of Christ. And so I break down that the Quran says Jesus died on the cross. Make it a public thing. She asked me, and she was shocked that I actually made a video for her. She was happy about it. I was like, yeah, no, that was a good question. I think you and the community should know the answer to that question. So I made the answer in a public forum for everyone to see. not hiding my beliefs. I debate Muslims on the death of Jesus in the Quran. Death of Jesus on the cross in the Quran at that. I've got examples of it on my channel. But people want to gaslight me on what I believe. I got to be the treacherous Muslim, the treacherous slave catcher, or the treacherous mulatto, all them kind of things. It's okay, fam. I'm used to it. But check this out. Check this out. Something that doesn't get a lot of airtime, yeah? So the day after Yakoba and Tayu and Sister E sit down with Yap, Sister E goes live on her channel. The day after that, no, excuse me. The day after talking to me, Sister E goes live on her channel. The day after that, Yakoba goes live and says he can represent himself and speak for himself, and he starts going in on me, right? Starts going in on me. No reprimand from nobody, nobody. But from nobody. I make a couple of videos, right? I even make a video. Check this out. On the 25th. Check this out, fam. I literally make a video. I literally make a video as an olive branch saying, you know what? We agree on haplogroups and migrations. Why Dante may be Limba and the twins may be Comorian. I literally give a whole potential alternative route that they could have came through the slave trade, being at the G2A. Now, I know that they said that the G2A4, which is a European clad, right? But I was searching to see, was there any G in the area in East Africa? And I found some on the Comorian Islands, which are in between Madagascar and Mozambique. The people at the bottom there are on the Comorian Islands and whatnot, and you can see stuff that looks kind of Israelite looking. They're Muslim and whatnot there, but like you can see cloth that looks kind of Israelite looking, right? And so lo and behold, in some of their genetic testing, some of the Comorian men have G2A, not G2A4, but G2A, right? So I make this video saying, you know what? Maybe you twins need to get your DNA rechecked with Family Tree DNA. Maybe. If you do a deep dive on your joint, maybe you might be connected to these people instead, and it might be possible that you could be like Dante, and you could be a potential example of people that came across through East Africa in the slave trade. That's me throwing out that olive branch, right? Me throwing out that olive branch. Where is it at right quick? Literally. 2 days. This is 2 days after Yakoba goes off on me on his channel, right? On the I Can Speak for Myself video on the 23rd of November. 2 days after that, I do that video throwing out an olive branch. Hold on, right quick, family. Give me 2 seconds.
Hey, Moore, you need to go back in the presentation to when Sister E was on the in the comment section, way back when she was in the comment section with you about the Moors and stuff, because we can't see anything that's down below because Elkham's comment is in the way.
So my G, appreciate.
You need to go all the way back to that.
Hold on.
We didn't see anything, and you know how people are. You know, they'll be like, "Oh, you didn't."
And my G, I appreciate you for that. Do me a favor. Give me 2. Like, hold the floor down for like 2 minutes, right quick. Just
sure thing.
Give me your general opinion so far, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, so far what you've been bringing out is pretty interesting. There seems to be kind of like a bias biasy when it comes to the way they're treating people. They're kind of basically threw you under the bus once you started saying things that they perceived as being against them. And obviously you wasn't really against them from the beginning, when it came to the pews, you was trying to help them, but they perceived it as you trying to destroy them. And so basically after that they kind of just threw you under the bus, which is kind of weird because they should have talked it out with you. But yeah, that's a pretty big issue when it comes to them. When anyone tries to help them out or ask them a question, they seem to snap back at you pretty quickly. But so far, what you've been bringing out is pretty good. Sure, you might have to actually break this video up into sections, like 1 hour sections when you're done. Re-download it and stuff like that, because this is definitely a good video. Are you back, by the way?
Yeah, I might have to do that and break it up a little bit. So I'll read it one more. This is the part you're talking about here, Ibri?
Go back a little bit. Is there? Can you pull up the your slide?
Yeah, I went prior to it. Yes. So that was just me cutting it down and whatnot. So yeah, y'all can't see none of this. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe the chat knows, or maybe I can just go back in the actual.
No, this is the section where I was playing her comments and whatnot. So this was the video from December 24th. And so real quick, just to go over her comments one more time, where she was there.
I'm gonna pull up on my screen, by the way, where you stopped it.
Yeah. So she. Okay.
And so this is where you stopped it right here. Right here.
I appreciate y'all.
Can you see? Oh yeah, no problem, man. I was watching. I was like, I can't see anything. So it's right here where they talked about those. You see that? Because Elkham's comment was in the way. Because here, let me play it. I have it muted, by the way, but let me unmute.
More told me.
Oh, it's right here. You say this.
Yeah, sister, you not tell you on the phone when you looking on the Jesus' Mama site? Sure did. They want to act brand new, like I didn't do a whole show with Dante.
But it's right here specifically.
Talking about my beliefs. Who's also there? Really great info, Sister E.
See, we can't see, Sister.
Oh, I gotta show all. Yeah, here we go. Let me go back and show all that right quick. Tell you and your coat. Enjoy this bill.
All right, so that's around that area.
All that. Okay, no, I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. I texted you. I was like, oh, snap. Can't see anything.
No, that's what's up. I appreciate you.
All right, but I'm heading out.
You got it.
All right, shalom.
Shalom, Mark. So, yeah, so just to be clear. So she's accusing me here of saying that like the issue was that people didn't receive Islam. And just to be clear about it right quick. Hold on, let me go right to it. Where was it? Where was it at? It was right here. Nope. Oh, I'm sorry, family. I got screenshots all over this joint. There we go. No, I missed it. Yo. I know I didn't accidentally delete that joint. No, it's right there. There we go. It's right there. So yeah, the people want to act brand new, like they didn't know about my belief system. And again, they saw the Dante video. And people like Sister E were there for that, saying, Shalom, family, great info. And people like Tayu were there for that, saying, enjoyed this build. Good to learn more about Orthodox more. And this is back in July of 2021. But I'm going to definitely break this up and make this a whole nother, make another video. I'm going to address in the next one You know what? Hell, I might address it here just as I'm here. Yep, I'm gonna make it a 4-hour video call today and go eat some food, fam. So what I'm gonna address here is one that bothered me personally, because Sister E made the claim that I guided her so she could introduce me to Cohen Hamadishe, and that she introduced me to Cohen Hamadishe. And nothing could be further from the truth. I didn't go on Sister E's channel till after I interviewed Cohen Hamadishe, and I came on her channel via her request because she was doing another interview with Cohen Hamadishe. I secured my own. I introduced myself to Cohen. I asked him myself for the interview. Sister E wasn't involved at all. And as a matter of fact, we're going to clear this one up right now. You know what? Nah, I'm going to make that its own separate joint. I'm going to clear up this one real quick. Well, not yet. I am going to clear. I'm going to clear all of them up. We'll just do it like that. I'll just do it quick. So we're going to do it like this. I'll just make this a quick 4-hour, a quick half hour. And just go through a bunch of stuff. So 11/9/2020. I wave at Cohen. We become friends. I wave at Cohen. I say shalom, Cohen. Shalom, Taiwan. How are you, family? Me. All is well with me. I pray all is well with you and yours. Thank you for that very informative interview you just did with Sister E. Many will benefit and be edified by your message. The first interview Sister E did with him, I believe it was either on the 8th or the 6th of that month or whatever, right? Hold on, let me find out when it was, just so I can double check for you, right? Yeah, it was the 8th. So she does her first show with Cohen on the 8th, right? Her first show with Cohen is on the 8th. I'm not a part of it. You can see who's there. I'm listening to this thing and I'm fascinated because I've never heard Cohen's story before. So like I said, I reach out to him. I reach out to him. We become friends on Facebook. I told him I was edified by his message and all that type of stuff. He says, "You're welcome. You're welcome, Brother Tavon. Little did I know that my words would make that impact. I really thank you, Adonai, for using me to talk to you, my dear family. I wish I could do more for you, my family out there." I said, "I'm an acquaintance of Sister E and was wondering if you would be available for another interview sometime. I'm very familiar with Israelite migrations to and from Yemen, and I've interviewed historians very knowledgeable on the topic. I was fascinated when I heard you describe the immigration or the migration from your people, and even more fascinating when I heard you say that you recognize the entire Bible. I would love to help you get both stories to more people. I have access to a channel with a little over 5,000 subscribers that I think would be equally edified by your message." Wow, he says. "Anytime, my brother. Anytime indeed. Just give me a shout when you're ready, and we do whatever you want to, and we do whatever you want me to do. Thanks for considering me, Aki. Will you be available either Sunday or next Monday? I'm flexible and can work with any times you're available. If another day works better for you, we can do that day. I'm very grateful for your time, Elder." He says we can do on Sunday, same time we did ours with Sister E, 20 hours CAT, Central African time. Will that be fine with you, my brother? Yes, that will be just fine, Elder. Thank you. All praises to the Most High. Shalom, my dear. Shalom, my dear. We fine tune as we draw near to our date. Baruch Hashem. Yes, sir. We can fine tune whatever you like. Shalom. Then I have my show with him on I premiere this on my channel on the 21st. I have it before then on Debate Talk for you, right? But this is when I premiered on my channel, right? I reached out to Kohen and interviewed Kohen Hamidishe before ever going on Sister E's channel. I even did another video about the Limba and their migrations before I ever went on Sister E's channel. And on December 6th is the first time I go on there, and I go on there with Kohen. And when I go in there for the live, she's asking me to help set him up. So I want to be clear about something, yeah? Nowhere. Sister E, if you can, please provide some correspondence between me, you, and or Kohen, where I'm asking you to introduce me to him, and or you do introduce me to him. Because y'all want to know the reality of it all? The reality of it all is this. So check this out. This is my first Facebook contact with Sister E on August 21st of 2021. Our interview with Kohen was in 2020. So there's no Facebook messages of me asking her, hey, can you set me up with Kohen? No text messages, no phone calls. This is Sister E's other account. No messages. So in 2021, that's my first time getting at you on Facebook. No phone calls, no text. As a matter of fact, check this out, fam. November 10th, 2020. November 10th, 2020. Sister E. Shalom, sis. I can't thank you enough for the interview you did with Kohen Amadishe. That was literally the most fascinating conversation I've heard in a long time. I was able to get an interview with the elder for this Sunday. Afterwards, I would love to interview you whenever you have time. November 10th, this is me sending this to her. I didn't ask her to help me meet him. I told her I had already met him and set up the interview. If I'm lying, sisters, please provide some evidence to the contrary. My hand on the Bible, I never asked you to introduce me to Kohen. Can you say the same? Can you show anything different? No, because there's nothing different to show. Because I didn't ask you. I told you it had already happened. And check out her response, family. So sorry, my phone numbers are all over the place. Who is this? Is this Ashonda? She didn't even know who it was. She didn't even know who it was, fam. Then, before her next show with Kohen, she says, I'm planning to have Kohen on soon to discuss the traditions of the Lemba community. It might be Sunday. This is her second show. Again, I'm not there for the first one. This is the second show. I respond, Shalom, sis. If you are giving an invite, I am definitely accepting. Thank you much for the heads up. She's asking me to come on. I'm not asking to come on. She's asking me to come on. And if you go watch my interview, you're going to understand why. If you go watch my presentation, you're going to understand why. Because one, I'm an experienced interviewer, and two, I knew a lot of questions to ask. I got a lot of good information out of the Kohen. I have good information to add myself. She confirms, yes, she's inviting me. I will send you the invite when I schedule it. Again, I'm not asking to come on your channel, sis. You asked me to come on. You asked me to come on. If you got proof to the contrary that I asked you to introduce me to the Kohen, please show it. Please show it. Because again, I didn't come on your show until after I interviewed Kohen. And it was by your request that I came on. It was by your request that I came on when Tudor Parfit and Kohen were on there. So please stop playing, sis. I interview people. Like I told Kohen. Did you ever set up any of my interviews for me? Did you set up my interview with Taylor and Yacoba? No. Did you set up my interviews with Dana Marnici? No. Did you set up any interview I've ever had on my channel? Ever? No, not a single solitary one. I've been doing it since before I ever met you, sis. Now you're just living in delusions of grandeur. Delusions of grandeur. So please, get off the high horse, sis. Come back down to reality and face this thing called facts, which care nothing about your feelings. Because you are living in a fantasy world right now. Yeshua was there, but he wasn't there. I asked you to introduce me to Kohen HaMedishe, but you didn't introduce me to Kohen HaMedishe. I introduced myself. I asked to come on your channel, but you asked me to come on. Come on, sis. Somewhere we got to step into reality. But then you started making the claims that Tayu and Yacoba never lied. That Tayu and Yacoba never lied. Now that one, I literally started laughing out loud when I heard that. Literally started laughing out loud when I heard that. Share my screen one more time. Without any proof or evidence, the Teo twins claim that they have proof that I lied on them on YouTube and Facebook. They claim that I claimed to be mostly European. Now, I told them on camera it shouldn't be an issue for y'all because I'm more European than you. But nowhere have I ever claimed to be mostly European. They claim that I claimed to be an enemy of Kelly, Benaiah, and Majors. That I made that claim. And they claim that I do not claim to follow the Messiah of the Bible. And just so we're clear, you can see these claims here. This is because they all band together like gang to lie on us. Orthodox more specifically lied on us. I have Orthodox lie not only on YouTube, but on Facebook as well. Orthodox admits he's mostly European. Orthodox more a Muslim claims Israel, but does not claim to follow the Messiah of the Bible. Orthodox Moore has doubled down on his support of Abu and has himself claimed to be an enemy of Pastor Kelly and of Benaiah Israel, although Pastor Kelly and Benaiah have never mentioned his name, which we all know is not true. Orthodox Moore moves like an agent along with his co-conspirator Abu. So these are all claims, yeah? What lie did I tell on the Tail Twins, and where is said evidence? Where is said evidence? Nowhere. That's where. They get to claim it, don't have to prove it. Show this. No one has shown more of their DNA than me in the community. I dare you to find someone who has. I've shown you every DNA test I've ever taken, the results thereof, my mitochondria, my Y-DNA, and all my third-party results, from GEDmatch to my true ancestry, etc. These are all my autosomal results. So let's do the math here. On average, Sub-Saharan African, 45.65%. On average, North African, 8.75%. That's over half African right there. Yeah? That's over half African right there. We're talking 54% right there. Majority African right there. Mostly African right there. European, 30%, of which 22.85% like Iberian and or Southern Mediterranean, which apparently is supposed to be the good European. It's supposed to mean you're Sephardic, yeah? That's what they kept telling Sister E when she came up with the Spanish DNA, etc. That's what they kept saying. They kept saying that Spain proves their DNA, yeah? So I'm only 8% Western European. So on average, I'm 30%, yeah? The twins are above 20%. One test says they're 26%. Is that mostly European now? I'm 15% Native American and Asian, etc., yeah? On average. How is 30%, even if you had all the European together, how is 30% mostly? So is that the truth, sis? Sis, am I mostly European? Is 30% mostly European? Sis, did I ever claim to be? Did I ever claim to be mostly European? No, I didn't. And there's been no proof to such ever to any of these claims. Like I asked you earlier. Again, how come you didn't say something when they were coming out talking my belief system? You actually joined in on the muddying of the waters of this whole Moorish slaver thing, yeah? Can't trust the Moor. He follows the religion of the slave catcher. Tell you and them, even though they were told, oh, I didn't even finish that part, yeah? My fault. Let me do this right quick. Let me do this for the OG, right? So, Yacoba on December 18th sends me this message. He says, hey, Tavon, I want to apologize for cussing on your show. I'm working on my weaknesses. Please forgive me for getting out of character. Peace. Because they're working on this whole spin doctrine of, well, the only thing that bad happened is we cussed on this channel. Like everyone didn't see them wearing an egg on their face for everything else that they weren't able to talk about, right? So they're wanting to go on this whole spin cycle of, you know what, let me just talk about, we cussed on this channel, we apologize to Saul Gravy, right? But you know what? I respected the OG for that. You know what, man? That's what's up. I say this in return. Shabbat shalom. I truly appreciate you reaching out to be 100% honest. It's an easy offense to forgive because I didn't take any offense to the cussing. I forgive you and hope you can forgive me in my weaknesses. I'm sure we are not always going to agree, but I think we can agree to disagree with respect. To be 100% clear, I also take no offense to what you said about my beliefs. As I told Dante in my interview with him, I fully expect to have to clarify what I believe, being that most of us just got out of the church. If you ever have any questions about what I believe, please don't hesitate to ask. At the very least, I will ask that you don't assume I have so-called Orthodox Muslim beliefs. I reject the Hadith and do not take the Quran over the Bible. I believe the Quranic and biblical age of marriage is documentable after the age of 17 in Scripture. I 100% believe that Yeshua was Elohim in the flesh, and I 100% believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as I told Sister E. I actually debate Sunni and Shia Muslims on things like the death of Yeshua on the cross, Isaac being the child of the promise, etc. A big part of what I do is try to prepare the way for the many Muslims that are Israelites to come out of an Ishmaelite supremacist society and come back to their own culture. Much respect for the message, brother. Peace and blessings. He gives the thumb up back. Was there any public change in opinion? Did he come back and say, you know what? Moore cleared this up for me. I have this wrong. My apologies. Nope. None of that. What did Moore do? Moore came out the next day and made a public video saying, gotta give credit where credit is due. Much respect to Minister Yacoba for apologizing for cussing on my channel. No two-way street here, fam. No two-way street here. What else I got on this joint? No two-way street, fam. No public retraction by the Tail Ministries about my beliefs ever. Not after, even after I did what Sister E said I should do, and we talked about it behind closed doors. So what's the point of having these behind closed doors conversations if you don't ever bring the truth out? If you don't ever bring the truth out, but you've already publicly made aspersions and said lies about people. No clarification by Sister E publicly about my beliefs, even though she knew otherwise. Even though she knew otherwise. That's not Torah, fam. That's not Torah. Hence, I kept saying, I got no issue dealing with the council if the Torah is at the center. You know me more. You know me more. Yeah, hence I'm saying what I'm saying, sis. Hence, I'm saying what I'm saying. And we're gonna end it right here, right? On the question. Why did Moore come on Sister E's channel? Why did I decide to come on her channel? Not when she asked me to come on, but why did I choose to go on her channel when I wanted to go on there? Because I heard her echo something that I heard Dante echo, which is why I went on Dante's channel. They were both saying that being an Israelite was a nationality, not a religion. That you could be a Christian and be an Israelite. That you could be an Old Testament, a Tanakh, a Torah only be an Israelite, right? That you could be a Muslim and be an Israelite. Dante was even saying you could be an atheist to be an Israelite. And so Sister E had that conversation on her show, and I loved nothing more than to come up and deal with that. I thought that there was a unity build happening. That's why I decided to come up, sis. I thought that there was going to be a build that we could all have to where we could put aside the stuff that we disagree on, build on the stuff we agree on, and actually move forward as a nation. I came out of what was Yahweh War Machine, yeah? The YHWH, you have my brothers from the War Machine on your channel earlier, sis. Gideon and Anonymous Hebrew. That was, we made that up in the Solar Vision Debate League, going against the conscious community that was coming against us because we believed in the book. They were burning Bibles, calling people anti-African, etc., all that type of stuff. We were showing them being pro-African Israelite. We were actually linking up with Christians, actual Christians, Messianic Israelites, Torah only Israelites, and Islamic Israelites like myself, and defending the Bible together. And once more, this is what we unified on. It was called the 7 Pillars Proposal, and guess what? I wrote it, sis. I wrote it. Pillar 1, we believe in the Most High God of the Bible. Pillar 2, we believe in keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. Pillar 3, we believe in the coming Messiah or the Mashiach. Pillar 4, we believe in the redemption of the nation of Israel. Pillar 5, we believe in the natural seed of Israel and spiritual sojourners. We believe in the male and female prophets of old and the ordained roles, responsibilities for men, women, and children. Pillar 7, we believe in one unified language of Israel and one unified Shabbat. Meaning, we do not argue who the Messiah is, as we all believe that the Messiah is still either yet to come or return. We are not racist and believe any nation can receive salvation through clinging to the righteous laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God of the Bible. We are not anti-woman and are for the Israelite family, including the children. We do not argue over how people pronounce the Paleo-Hebrew via our demonstration on how we all pronounce YHWH. We all literally in the War Machine pronounce that different. I actually used the Arabic form, Huwa el Hayyu, for the same name. Some people said Yahweh. Some people said Yahweh. Some people said Yahoo. Some people said Yahoo. Because we were showing the unification. One unified Achad language. The same concept applies to those that practice a Shabbat, either marked from Friday to sunset, or from Friday to sunset to Saturday sunset, or marked via the moon, etc. We consider our Shabbats unified. No matter how you pronounce the Paleo, one language. No matter if you practice the 7-day Shabbat or lunar Shabbat, one Shabbat. We are not one West Israelites or Black Hebrew Israelites. We are not anti-African, anti-Semitic, racist, or sexist. We promote historic and cultural information for Israel. We promote programs based on the scriptures of the Most High. When I heard y'all saying, we could be this, we could be that, I heard room for this type of stuff that we can build on where we agree. I was interested in unifying Israel nationally in a way that respected the diversity of belief systems among Israel, barring any racism and anti-African sentiments. And that was my stance literally the whole time I've been around that channel. And I need to go ahead and find one more screenshot, fam, just to make this sink in right quick. So Sister E said she was done with me after that conversation I had with Tay and them in November of 2021. You see how she got in my live in December of 2021, yeah? Let me get this last screenshot. Where did I put that joint? And I might just have to go pull it up and show it if I didn't grab it. Do I have it? Because I get on Sister's channel one more time. Where did I put that joint? Where did I put that joint? Oh, I'm gonna have to go pull it up right quick. So let me stop sharing here. Let me go pull it up right quick. I swore I had. My apologies, family. I swear I got the thumbnail somewhere. I swear I do. But oh well, I'm just going to go to her channel right quick. Because truth is, came on her channel again in December. keeping to my deal with her about not talking about the pews, not talking about Majors, not talking about Kelly, not talking about Benaiah, not talking about Teo. Honest to God's truth. Came on her channel again. Why is Black Israel the problem? That's the video right there. From December 9th, 2021. So she supposedly was done with me before this. But I come on December 9th, 2021 to talk about what? Why is Black Israel a problem? Nothing to do with the pews, nothing to do with the DNA and Teo and them, nothing to do with Benaiah, none of that type of stuff. I keep my word. I keep my word. And then she wants to act like I'm not allowed to keep our deal and talk about the people who won't talk about the issues with the people like Kelly, like Benaiah and them, like Teo and them, who won't talk behind closed doors. So I kept my part of the deal. She didn't keep hers. And just like Teo did with Yap, they didn't keep their end of the bargain either. So what's the point of having these secret society conversations? Fam, Israel's not a secret society, fam. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. And here's what I'm going to say here, right? I don't want to hear none of them complaining about Berin no more, yeah? You're rarely ever going to see me on that panel, right? A, he's going to rarely let me on that panel, right? But B, like, fam, we got to keep it a buck, right? We got to keep it a buck, right? So this is another example of the double-mindedness I'm talking about. Remember when we all agreed on Sister E's channel to not go on Bereans TV? Do y'all remember that? We were up mad late. Full house. August 17th, 2021. Y'all remember that? All of us in unison agreed to not go on to Berean TV. As a matter of fact, we even agreed to air out certain stuff on an Israelite platform instead. So you had Zadok, you had me, you had Gabar, you had Anonymous, Ashanti, all affiliated with Debate Talk for You, an Israelite debate platform that's non-monetized. Nobody gets paid off of it. It's a labor of love for all of us. 4 of us were hosts on the channel, right? I literally moderated debates for people in this community, like Blacktastic going against Kevin G, etc. Right? You've seen Zadok debate on there. He debated Elder Mike on there, right? Again, Israelite platform. We agreed to handle our stuff over there versus Berean TV. 24 hours later. Remember when Sister E went back on Berean TV the very next day? The very next day? August 18th. Berean TV. There's Sister E. After we all agreed together in public not to go over there. Sis, this is that consistent double-mindedness. Consistent double-mindedness. Does that make you evil? No. Does that make me mad at you? No. Do I hate you over it? No. I still consider you my sister, even though you don't consider me your brother. But I'll tell you this double-mindedness made it to where you weren't ever acting like my brother anyway. You weren't defending me when people were coming at me. The only time you ever defended me is when the Christians came at me. When I got kicked off a panel, on Marin's panel, and then I went back on your show and did a debate defending the Limbus DNA against Kevin G. But again, that was Israel versus the Christians, so it was okay. But when it comes to keeping the Israelites accountable, nah. That means I want to start a war and I'm causing division. Not that I want accountability. That's that double-minded. That's that double-mindedness I can't back. That's why I said I can't back a woman that backs weak men. And the men that you're backing are weak. They're making bold claims out in the public that they cannot substantiate. You got people like Benai Israel saying, they've got it confirmed that there's solar trail on the pews. You got Benai Israel saying that cats is real and that no one should be questioned. No one should bring it up anymore. And you saying correct. You got other people making up whole fake scholars like cats and whatnot. You got other people making up whole fake articles. You got people making up fake maps. Jerry rigging their DNA so you can't see it all. Sis, and it's all coming out on your channel. On your channel. Now, like you said, you don't feel like you have to check that information. So what did I do? I stopped dealing with that channel, sis. Way before you ever said, don't ever call me sis. I'm not your sis and I'm not your friend. I agree with you. You're not my sis and you're not my friend. But I recognize that way before you did. Hence, I stopped messing with you and dealing with y'all back in 2021. In December 2021. Y'all ain't seen me on this since. And I got no plans on going back there. Because it's not a serious channel. It's a talk show channel about nothing. I didn't know about Sister until someone introduced me to it because there's again, I deal with scholastic stuff. There's not scholastic conversation on there. I didn't know about Teo on there before I interviewed him about DNA in 2021, the first time, because they don't talk about scholastic stuff. Their videos don't draw my eye. Y'all were new to me, fam. And when I found out about y'all, I thought that there was some camaraderie and some ideology we could build on. But then I found out y'all have a secret skin doctrine that you don't want to make up front. And that you use that skin, you twist things in the mold of that skin doctrine scholastically. And that was your big issue with me, sis. You didn't fall out with me over Taylor and Yacoba. You fell out over this one right here. Over cats. You got in my chat, said, don't block me, I'm leaving. Because I was dealing with this. I was dealing with the pews. I was dealing with Kelly. I was dealing with Benaiah. And I made this whole No Secret Santa Scholarship series, starting with the Christians, starting with Kevin G, and ending with Israelites, giving it to both sides. But y'all take accountability as an insult because that's cultish mentality, fam. That's cultish. That's why I don't deal with it. I'm not tripping on it, fam. Oh, I didn't even share my screen. Hold on. Y'all can't even see that. Y'all couldn't even see that. Yeah. Got hot at the No Secret Santa Scholarship concept. So we're supposed to be okay with people manufacturing stuff and not being accountable for it. Nah. That's not Israelite culture. And if it is, show me. Like I told you. Show me. And what was our last correspondence, sis? Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button. What was our last correspondence? I'm going to leave it right here. What was our last correspondence? I got at you on 12/25/21. Said, "Shalom, sis. I saw your comments in the chat talking about my where she's claiming where I'm defending myself against the claims that Pastor Kelly made about me having an agenda, etc. whatnot, right? And other claims he made in there, right? I go through all of them in detail. And she comes in 4.5 hours in. I say, I saw your comments in the chat after the show. Respectfully, Anonymous and myself have been saying since January on video that cursive Hebrew is on the pews. Solatray was not the only form of cursive Hebrew. It's just the Latin form. I understand you see accountability as an attack. Hence, we agreed to not dialogue with Kelly Majors and Benaiah on your channel, and that if I had an issue, I would deal with it on my channel. If I wanted a war like you claimed, it would have started April 24th. When I put up a video of Anonymous doing the tour of the church from August 2019, Kelly accused us of having an agenda. Now I have no choice but to make the case to the assembly. If you have any different instructions from the scrolls, I will take the correction, sis. Peace and blessings. No scrolls or correction given. So they wanted to keep acting like I was making hit pieces, etc. They went on that whole Blatant Liars tour. Blatant Liars 1, 2, 3, 4, and Crafty Counsel. Because people agree with us, they disagree with. They're going against all of Israel. Like Issachar. Issachar's attacking Israel. Moore's attacking Israel. Labu's attacking Israel. Y'all aren't Israel. Y'all are some Christianites looking for a home that don't know what you believe yet. The only thing you know you believe is that you're black and you're Israel because you're black, and that white people can't be Israel. They can be sojourners and serve you, though. Cool. You're no different than the camps, man. But the camps will come out and say it with their chest. Y'all want to hide like a secret society. And when you get called on this stuff and get called on your doctrines and whatnot, oh, now people are attacking you. Nah. Israel's not a secret society. You want to act like you excommunicated me from your community. Sis, I walked away from you on the 25th of December. What are you talking about? You're getting butthurt just now, recognizing it. Prove me false on anything I've said. Prove you're true on anything you said about me. If not, just miss me with it, fam. Because you're being a respecter of persons and you're not showing the accountability you're asking for. So, i.e., you got a bias, and i.e., you're being hypocritical. I love you, but I'm going to love you from a distance at that juncture. I love you, but I'm going to love you from a distance at that juncture. So with that, family, I appreciate y'all for sitting with me for 4 hours or whatnot. I hope that cleared up a lot of stuff. I'm gonna have to split this up and whatnot. But I appreciate y'all. Sister E, I really hope you can come to some accountability and whatnot. But please don't act like you've been truthful. Please don't act like you've been truthful. Please don't act like anybody asked you to introduce them to Cohen Hamadisha. Please don't act like we're supposed to take you on your word because you believe in your head that Yeshua was in a conversation that was actually recorded, that you can't show proof of, that he was actually there just because you say so. Please don't ask me to believe that when your brothers who actually recorded the conversations themselves can't confirm that and won't confirm that. And you're saying don't agree with you. A double-minded person is beset in all their ways, sis. Don't be double-minded. If you don't want to be accountable, I suggest you don't call yourself Israel, fam. I suggest y'all just make up a whole new sect of Christianity and call it a day. But we don't get to be Israel and be unaccountable. We don't get to be Israel and be unaccountable. Israel's the most accountable. Because as a nation, we're claiming to be the representative of the Most High in terms of his ways on earth. The most accountable. So whenever you're ready, sis, please pony up the receipts. Please verify the truth that Tay and Yakobi told about me. Please verify that I'm mostly European. Please verify that I claimed to be mostly European. Please verify that I claim to be an enemy of Benaiah, that I claim to be an enemy of Majors, that I claim to be an enemy of Kelly. Please show that I don't believe in the Messiah of the Bible. Please show that I doxed the Moroccan professor that Kelly and them said I doxed, even though I never doxed them, and you didn't say a single thing about it. You backed them on it. Since you made the claim that cursive Hebrew was on the pews way before Arabic, show me. Show me. If I'm pushing Islam on the community, show me, sis. Because right now you got a mountain of apologies you're not giving. Taylor and them got a mountain of apologies they're not giving. Pastor Kelly got a mountain of apologies they're not giving. All because y'all got this delusion that you're the community, that you're Israel itself. No. Y'all ain't the whole community, fam. Hate to break it to you. Y'all are your community. I'm not a 400-year believer. I'm not a 12 tribes chart believer. I'm not a Negro only believer. I don't do y'all stuff, fam. I do history, migration, scholastics, trying to prove stuff for everybody. Anytime you want to put up the receipts, I'm down. But check this out. You're not in a position of authority. You don't get to say, just because you say so, you don't have to show receipts. No. You're accountable just like everyone else is. And if you don't want to be, hey, that's between you and the Most High. Like I said, when Israel didn't want to be accountable, fam, they wanted to run roughshod, they got dealt with. I'm not trying to be in that camp, raise my hand saying I'm Israel. I'd rather be part of the Israel that's a light to the nations and living up to that mandate. Not the one that goes into captivity getting scattered like some nonsense. So if y'all want to have your whole we don't believe in science community, you want to have your whole we believe in the 40-year prophecy community, have that. If you want to have your the Negro is the true is true Israel and Ashkenaz can't be, I'm not have your community, fam. I'm not even tripping on that. You don't have to lie about me to have your community. You don't have to lie about my people to have your community. But I'm gonna promise you, fam, keep doing it. See if I'm not on your bumper. See if I'm not on your bumper, fam. Because that's not, again, like I told every last one of y'all, my concept is you build the wall with one hand and defend it with the other. I will defend the wall I'm building. Yeah? Like with Tayo and them, Wasn't no one talking about them. Wasn't no one dealing with them until they tagged us back in posts again, fam. You want to act like that didn't happen? Okay, prove it. Because we proved it to y'all. Prove it. Because we've been showed y'all the post. Show us manufacturing. Show us that you weren't tagged in them posts, man. I'm running a whole muck. You already know what it is. You already know what it is. But sis, I'm not mad at you. I got no beef with you. I'm not mad at Taylor. I got no beef with them. My issue right now is that instead of being truthful, people are gaslighting, sis. If you want to gaslight versus say you're sorry over something you're obviously wrong about, cool. I'm going to love you from a distance. I'm not obligated to be around that. I'm not obligated to be around that. But if you come follow, like I told you, I'm going to walk away. I'll walk away. I prefer not to have the confrontation. I'll walk away. If you come after me, you're going to see my hands. I told you that stuff. That's what I said on that video you was just on, right? With me, that I showed you wrong, right? So if I walked away from y'all and y'all start tagging me in posts, what you think I'm going to do? Y'all obviously want the attention. Oh, you're clout chasing more? You're clout chasing your shoe? Is that what that is? Because we keep showing y'all contacting us to get on your joint, not us contacting you to get on your joint. Because that's what it is when you're a talk show. You got nothing to talk about. You got to look for stuff to talk about. When walking your dog's not that impressive to people, your job is to talk about drama. Your job is to full back and block for people. Your job is to distract when your brothers are getting held accountable. Fine. Fine. You want to get caught up in the accountability process? Cool. Then you show the receipts too, sis. You think I'm afraid of challenging you to be truthful because you're a woman? No. Show the receipts. This is why I said, if I had to choose between the feminine example of you and Shari, I choose Shari all day because she holds herself accountable. She even went on your platform and apologized for stuff. She's almost half your age and can do that. And you can't do it yet. And that's why her feminine example is more potent than yours, and you can learn from her. Did I say you're not a woman? No, I didn't say that. Twist my words how you want to. I said what I said. My words are on wax. I said that I would take Shari's feminine example over yours. That means you are a woman. You just have a female example I don't think is the best one. I think our women should teach accountability. I think our men should teach accountability. And I damn sure think if you're going to call yourself an elder, you should be an example of accountability. You should be an example of accountability. I'll say this, and I'm going to leave here. I try really, really hard to keep my nose clean in these YouTube streets. So accountability is an easy thing, not a hard thing. But I'm going to tell you, like I told many other people who made the same mistake over and over again, you did not give me my integrity. You cannot take it away. You did not give me my integrity. You cannot take it away. That's why my channel didn't get no smaller when Dante was taking shots at me. My channel didn't get no smaller when Benaya and Majors and Pastor Kelly were taking shots at me. My channel didn't get no smaller when Tay and them were taking shots. My channel's not getting smaller now, sis. Oh, there it is. Morris clout chasing. No. No. I'm saying when y'all take shots at me, they bounce off. Why is that? Little old me, just one of me. Y'all can't handle little old me. Y'all can't handle little old Abu. Why is that? Because we represent logic. We represent thinking for yourself. And that's why we're bad for business for y'all. Because in your cult mentality, accountability is an insult. Accountability is a challenge. Fam, you want your cult? Have your cult. Why are you dragging me into it and acting like I'm not going to do nothing? And why are you dragging me into it knowing that your hands are dirty, knowing that you've been lying, knowing that you haven't been fair in both directions, and knowing that you're biased? And acting like I'm supposed to treat you like you're all extra. No, you're not extra fair. You're not extra biased. I'm going to call a spade a spade. What you talking about? Because you're a woman, I can't tell you you're not telling the truth? No. Sis, you're wrong. It's 2 left feet. And right now you're being real as a $3 bill. $3 bill. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But doesn't mean you can't turn around, sis. That's how the law works. You can touch your vow all you want to. Turn to the Most High. So you know what? I was wrong for X, Y, and Z. And no, like Sean Harris said, no one's going to be mad at you for it. Watch her under the bridge. On to a new day. You'll never hear it brought up again. But see, here's the thing is y'all don't want the culture of the book. Y'all want the shine without the polish. You want to be the chosen people, but don't want to live the chosen lifestyle. The chosen lifestyle is nose to the grindstone, fam. The chosen lifestyle is I'm going to be a living example, meaning I'm going to be the most accountable. You want to be chosen to be supreme. You don't want to be chosen to serve. You want to be chosen to be supreme. You don't want to be chosen to serve. Service is the name of the game. Okay. Service is the name of the game. Like I said, we all got to go to the river and wash 7 times. Ain't none of us spotless. And bearing them burdens and washing is what we're supposed to be doing as a people, as a nation, and as believers. Service is the name of the game. We're set apart to serve, fam. Not set apart to be supreme. One more time, we're set apart to serve, not set apart to be supreme. Secret skin doctrine is idolatry, 100%, yeah? Skin doctrine, period. Secret or none is idolatry. It ain't leading people to service, fam. It's not even leading y'all to serve people who look like you. It's leading y'all to put yourself in a position, oh, lift me up. I'm special. Fam. That's not what the scroll said. The scroll said that the Most High could have started over with stones. That the reason why he picked Israel is because they were the most hard-headed. They'd be a great example because they'd be the best at messing up. The best at messing up. So if you want to be proud about being Israel, there's only one thing to be proud about. The part of the heritage to where you cling on to the redemption, the purification, and the fulfillment of being a light to the nations. But beyond that, fam, there's a lot of people playing an elaborate game of dress up right now. Y'all want to play dress up? Cool. Have at it, Hoss. Y'all go do it over there. I'm going to go do it over here. I'm going to go do my thing over here. Y'all do y'all. Y'all do y'all. I got no issue with y'all being a community people who want to be y'all. Have at it, fam. Have at it. You don't need to do so at my expense. You don't need to lie on me and mine to do it. So with all that, fam, I appreciate y'all 100%. Shout out to Ashley just so. I ain't seen you in a minute, sis. I pray all is well with you, sis. With that being said, family, I appreciate y'all for your time, your energy, your comments, any thoughts you have, any critiques you have on me, please leave them below. I'll take them all in seriously, fam. And again, sis, I'm not mad at you. There's no beef with me and you. You may not be my sister, but I'm always going to be your brother. And with that, family, I say peace and love.
I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah, yeah, yeah. Minister, we gonna speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life. Pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldiers drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top, great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the amalanche roll out the stretch. Why can't you see it's not logical? And you live diabolical. Boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice on correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. Really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking in the man in the mirror. I can't say it in the clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the circle. In the van coming with a ram with it. With the van coming get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the sliding hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, but after my license, day one, let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occurred. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.